So, when we last left off, you all had sought out the help of one Captain Grimzar Garganel, a old acquaintance of Topola, a past lover, as she had later told you, who they ended things on amicable terms, but one person in that relationship may not be over it. But that's neither the point of here or there. You caught up with his flagship, the Last Breath, a more than beat up galleon at this point, as you sailed through the rest of his dismembered fleet. He hopped aboard your ship, introduced himself, and you began a round of negotiations, talking back and forth and more or less trying to figure out who would be leading your little band, as he offered to give you his assistance. His first offer was to make him admiral of the fleet. You all solemnly, the other room, said no, and nominated Crux to be quote-unquote co-admiral. Upon reaching an agreement, his ship left him behind without a word. Realizing that his crew has turned mutinous, he asked you all to go after his ship, and so that he may reclaim it in his own name. He also had mentioned that there was a certain weapon aboard that you would need if you wished to stand any chance against the Xerxians. He turned your ship invisible, and you set forth to catch the Last Breath. You were able to sneak up on them, dropping in on them, ODST style, and more or less wrecking their ever-living shit, or undead shit in this case. Veronata had unfortunately been aged 30 years. A drop in the bucket for her lifestyle, but, ooh, buddy. You know, gotta make sure there ain't no wrinkles now. But after all was said and done, you cleared the ship and reclaimed this weapon. And it was not, in fact, a weapon, so to speak, but a person. One that Lucius immediately recognized as Princess Idali of the Xerixian Empire. You brought her aboard your ship, and after spending some time hearing Lucius's backstory and debating on what to do with her, she awoke in a bit of a haze, and she introduced herself as Princess Idali of the Xerixian Empire. And we turn our gaze back to the Last Breath, the Second Wind. As you all are looking at this princess who is now standing tall.
After being dropped on her ass.
Yeah.
Nice view. Oh,
And she looks at you all as she says, well, there seems to be a hole in my memory here, because I do not recall ever meeting any of you. As she's just kind of looking around, seeming like she's looking for the people who have been, had her captive the last few days, until eventually her eyes look upon Grimzod. And she looks up to him and says, Grimzod, I do not believe that this is part of our arrangement. I did not recall you taking me aboard another ship while I lay unconscious to be part of our arrangement. To which he says, my dear, things have changed. It seems that my crew has turned mutinous, and thus I had to procure a new one.
I'm sorry, you had an arrangement?
Yes, simply that she would help me fight the good fights in exchange for me not killing her. Friends is a powerful thing to an empire that is on the verge of a war. A civil war, so to say.
I do tend to agree with that, sir, but,
that's-
so your arrangement, madam, is you assist him and he doesn't, what, feed upon you?
Something along that line. In truth, it is simple that I need allies and I need a crew to get me from where I need to go to make sure that my net of allies and social influences are able to connect. If you're with Grimzard and I'm not dead, I then assume that we may be closer to allies than enemies. Is my assessment accurate?
Looks over at Donnie.
He is just. He's not saying anything. He's just kind of just staring at her.
So then, in fancy words, just to like get a briefing here, I've been kind of out of it for a second. You're not with the main. I forgot the name of the people that were fighting again.
Xerixian.
Xerixian.
She's the princess of the Xerixians.
Yes, and she turns to you, Lucius, and cocks an eyebrow. As she is gonna roll a history check real quick. Natural 20. Okay.
Okay.
She looks at you and says, actually, I think I do recognize you. You are the Duke's son, are you not?
Indeed, I am. It's gonna do like a little mini bow. Like,
Damn.
She kind of like cocks a smile and she says, well, at least I know I'm in at least some good company, but I must say, it was quite disturbed when you left.
I imagine.
But that is neither here nor there at this moment. Tell me, you all seem to have some sort of issue with the Xerixians. May I inquire to the nature of which?
They're endangering Portal, an entire planet.
And then let me ask you this. What is it that you are looking for?
For the planet to not be in danger? Because of those fucking vine things. I still don't fully understand what they are.
The astral vines of the astral seeds. Yeah, that I could probably tell you a bit more about, but I believe a certain someone may be able to tell you a bit more about it in detail. Now, I believe that in the end we are looking for the same thing. Revenge. As my father lies on his deathbed and my scheming brother, Zelith, denies me of my birthright. He has seized control of my father's navy, banished me from the court, and left me in the clutches of his sycophants. He orchestrated and I can tell you this much. He orchestrated the attack on your world, bombarding it with the astral seeds, harvesting it to be harvested from Xerxes, a dying star. Once the crystal vines have drained all the energy from your world, they will discharge the energy in a beam of light back to Xerxes, trying to replenish it.
What does a 13 insight get me? Is she bullshitting me?
Michael?
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 Crashed
We're not
again!
early today, aren't we?
Damn. This is only proving our point from earlier.
Oh, man. At least had a decency to crash after he finished his talk.
Yeah.
Jesus.
That's beautiful stuff.
That is hilarious.
Oh, Michael. There he goes again.
When you said destroy a planet, I really wanted the princess to go like, which one? We've done that to a lot of people.
Sorry about that.
Welcome
It's
back.
okay.
No worries.
So what was the last thing she said?
Destroy a planet.
Yes, she said, once the crystal vines have drained all the energy from your world, they will discharge that energy in the form of a beam of light and send that back to Xerxes to replenish it, if not permanently, but temporarily. Zelith instructed his minions to deposit me on your world so that I may die and my energy be recontributed.
Oh no,
No way.
not twice in a row.
Damn.
Damn.
Womp womp.
Wah, wah, wah.
Oof.
Hello?
There we are.
Back.
Dog.
Alright, to be fair, that one was Discord. Anyway, alright, she says, Zelith instructed his minions to deposit me on your world so as I died, my energy may yet contribute in a small way to the light of the Rixes. Fortunately for me, my ship was disabled and boarded by the vampirates here, as she gestures to Grimzod. So I make this accord with you. Help me become Empress, reclaim my empire, which is my birthright, and I will do whatever is in my power to undo the damages that my brother has inflicted upon your world.
I rolled a 13 insight. Is she full of hot gas? Is she yanking my chain?
As far as you can tell, she seems forthright.
Well, I suppose we were about to do this sort of thing anyways. You do promise, of course, though, of, after we, help you become Empress, everything, I assume the bounties on our heads will also be removed?
But of course, you'll be hailed as heroes of my empire. Should we find a way to undo this dreadful situation we have been thrusted into.
Is
And
there any assurances you're not just gonna fuck us over the moment you're able to take your throne back?
Donnie, what's your language?
It is fine. I understand that many people may not look upon my people with, shall we say, a pleasant demeanor. All I have to offer you at this time is my word. There is not much else I can offer, given the circumstances.
very well. And how much collateral damage are we allowed to take upon your empire upon accomplishing said goal?
Preferably, I would prefer to not see, how should I say, I would prefer that my empire stay intact. The more damages we do, the harder it's going to be for me to win over my people for my brother, as I'm sure he is readily willing to poison them against me.
Yes, and
That being said,
I
though,
believe he's already begun.
I don't doubt it, but that being said, should we find those who would openly betray me, you have my blessing to do what must be done.
very well then. I suppose we have an accord for the time being, as long as everyone keeps their word.
But of course. Now, I do have a certain someone I need to seek guidance from and to collect information from. I feel this is a utmost urgent matter, and thus I would like to request that our next stop be at the O'Reilly outpost in the Astral Sea.
Do I know where that's at?
Lucius, I was about to say, that is a name that rings very familiar to you in an instant. That is the station last you knew that your father was outposted at, and one that you have spent a good amount of time in your youth.
Oh. Don't tell me that the person that we're to meet is Dukmuthios.
I will not say whether it is or not, as I am with no offense to any of you. My brother's spies are sure to be anywhere. And one can never be too cautious. I will say more about the matter once we get closer to our destination, but I prefer to keep my sources to me for the time being.
Well, I suppose it makes little difference.
Very good.
Very
Now,
well.
besides Lucius here, I'm unfamiliar with your names.
Oh, sorry, madam, of course. Winchester Hippotenius.
Winchester Hippotenius. Sounds more of a regal bearing. Do you hold sway among the GIF?
Oh, I am of more of the noble line of the gift lines, yes, though, more of old money, if we, how we say.
I see.
Known hunter of the land, though I am, currently, apparently a high priest.
Cocks an eyebrow. Says, I'm sure you will tell me all about whatever god or goddess you serve in time.
Goddess, but yes, indeed, you.
And you, as she looks over to Donnie,
Oh, Donnie.
gives a nod. Looks over to Vera.
My name's Jessica. I'm sorry. It's Vera.
Lucius
I got
is gonna face palm.
it's. It,
Jessica or Vera?
it's Vera. I get bored introducing the same name over and over again.
I see.
Perhaps a name tag would help with that.
Who's gonna look at the name tag every time?
I mean, you don't have to look at it once.
She looks over to Hastian and he just goes, hello, ma'am. My name is, or Your Majesty, my name is Hastian.
Boo. Boo.
Just looks over, shoots a look over to Vera, just like, why? Odub just kind of raises the flipper, and in your guys' mind, you just hear, Odub! Commodore Crux just says, my name is Commodore Crux. Welcome aboard my ship, and hopefully this alliance that you propose will bear fruit yet. Finch just kind of chimes in with that and says, but you shall find yourself more than comfortable in our midst. Nods. Topola just kind of goes, hi! My name's Topola. Oh, and we have another person down below. Her name's Finch. Or Filch? Or Phil? I don't know. How do you...
L.
L.
Thank you. I completely forgot her name. We have another person named Val, Tiefling. Really nice. Don't worry about it. She can be a little prickly at times, so just make sure you give her a little space, but she'll be fine. And she just kind of nods at that and looks over to Miko.
Hi, I'm Miko, aspiring pirate. I have a quick question. Can I write down saving a princess off my bucket list? Can I just take that off?
But of course, I assume that I'm on the ship because you mounted some heroic rescue.
Actually, on the ship,
Apparently
because
vampires were drinking you.
Yes.
Then yes, you may put down rescued a princess.
Well, to be fair, we were mostly on the ship just because that one lost it. And he points over at the fucking vampire captain.
Miko gets out a notepad and crosses out save a princess twice. The first time I think was for either saving Lucius or Maggie.
Very good. Well, then I believe we have much to do. Should any of you have questions, I will do my best to answer them, but keep in mind that I will take some time to trust you with more sensitive information.
Yes, of course, I suppose so. Well then, I guess we should be off to your locale then.
Then let us move.
Lucius looks over. My word, well, that was unexpected, wasn't it?
Indeed.
Is it safe for me to say something? Is the princess not around?
She's still on the deck. She's just kind of watching you all as you kind of gathers that she doesn't inherently trust you guys yet.
Okay. I can't say it now, but later I will.
Aren't you telepathic?
Oh, I am. I'll just say it to Lucius then. It's like, Lucius, don't get this wrong. She's the snootiest princess I've ever met. And
That's
her
kind of
voice.
all royalty.
No, I had a friend who was a princess. She was nice.
No, I'm talking about Xerixian royalty.
Oh, okay, then that makes sense. Wait, but you're not like. Oh wait, never mind. Actually,
What's that supposed to mean?
ding. It hangs up. Click. Anyways, what are we supposed to do now?
I guess go to this outpost in the Astral Sea and meet her
Yeah.
contact her, and then head to Doom Space?
I'm praying to whatever gods there is that my father isn't there.
Yeah,
Is it-
Gasolina watches over all of us.
Yeah, if it's like a common outpost, wouldn't we have to worry if it was like a trap or something?
It's technically my childhood home.
Don't worry, Lucius pats him on the shoulder. With our luck, he'll definitely be there.
Absolutely.
Probably your whole family.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
everything, even the kid you're looking for, like all wrapped up in a little bow. Who knows?
Maybe a random
Doubt that-
nephew.
I doubt that Adamite would be there, but
Your
A
cousins.
joke.
it's hard telling. My father gets he gets stationed in different outposts occasionally. It's just he was stationed at that one the most.
Yep, I suppose
And
the question
I
is,
haven't talked
Lucius.
to him in like 70 years.
That
70.
fucking 70 years.
Oh my god.
Bit
Bit
of,
of-
bit of a long
I
time.
always.
Wait, how long do
Still
you guys
getting-
live?
Aren't you also someone who lives just about as long as?
Yeah, but
Lucius.
okay, but hear me out. Lucius looks like a
Fair.
tiefling.
You literally got older not even an hour ago.
Yeah, but that's like in the human sake, it's like you missed your birthday once.
Listen, I have zero room to talk on this.
Joe,
Both-
you look longer than me.
I might be older or younger. I don't know. It's weird fugue state
What?
I've been in for a while.
Wait, so then if you're dead, will you like rot away slowly, or will you just stay as pristine as you are now?
I feel like if I was going to rot away, I would have started already.
Yeah, decaying would have been a lot faster. Especially
Unless
since
it's
we're in
like a
space, I feel.
Actually, in
true.
space, decay would stop happening since it would
Oh,
require the
I was
microbes
gonna say it would
to do
slow
so.
it down.
Actually, Donnie, can I smell your breath real quick? I want to see if it smells like corpse.
It probably will either way.
I mean, he did just finish eating.
So
Oh.
Dolly will just
He
kind of
does
lean
eat
over
dead
to.
people.
Yes,
That's
Dolly
the
just
worst
kind of
smell.
leans over to Lucius and just whispers to him, "What a ragtag team of adventurers you have here." She gives a small smile to you.
Oh my gosh, that just
Fate
sounds.
works in funny ways and brought us all together.
That wording sounds like the older sister that just sees her little brother's friends that are weird. And
That's
it's like,
essentially what we fucking are, to be honest.
it's like, oh, you hang out with these people? Okay, sorry. I can barely spell.
I suppose we should be on our way then. Anyone want to tell the locale about a new location?
She'll just have to take us to the Astral Sea, and then we simply need to think of where we need to go, and the ship will start heading that way automatically.
Yes, sir.
Princess Tidali, do you have any idea how long it will take for us to traverse the astral plane to get to this outpost?
Hmm.
And she just responds, from this system, I imagine it'd only be a 10-day.
My word.
Quick question.
Yes.
What's the difference between astral space and the astral sea? There's no water in space.
They're one and the same. It's just another way of saying. It's just another way of saying the same thing. Wild space, on the other hand, is different. When you enter into the astral sea, you are entering into another plane of existence. The astral sea, you need not need for food nor water. You age not a day, and it is more of your will that drives you forward rather than physical force.
I see.
Now, we do carve out little pockets for ourselves in these places that are more akin to what we'd find in more natural settings, or ones we are accustomed to. So, while the outpost we are going to is in the Astral Sea, it is not affected by its properties as much.
It's like just on the cusp of not technically being there.
That's a good way of putting it, yes. Think of it as a carved out little bubble where only a few of the more superficial elements impact living creatures, such as agelessness and the need for food and water. Though I guarantee you will be able to find supplies there, as while you are not required to eat, what is life without being able to feast now again?
The more the more she speaks to me, the more I want to sleep.
Do you say that out loud?
Yeah.
Do you think Vera wouldn't?
I just want to make sure. And she just looks at you and she says, apologies if
No, it's a
Me
very
answering your-
calming. It's calming voice. You're better than Hastian. Thank you.
Does he try to lull you to sleep often?
No, I think he's just bad.
Hey,
You're
Steve,
always
this
so
kinda
mean
goes-
to him.
Not bad meaning bad, but bad meaning good, you know?
No, I don't.
No, I don't. You have had a problem with me since day one. I do not.
What do you all? I've been fine. I've been indifferent.
No, not you. Her.
You
Oh.
think it's because Lucius
see
doesn't like
this?
him? And
It's
so
just that-
Vera just jumped in?
Yeah, it's a little. It's like half that, and I think he's goofy.
But I mean, he's not the sort of the adventuring sort, to be honest.
And that's fine. And I think I respect that. I respect him as a person. No, I respect. I gotta word this better because I
Vera,
don't.
stop talking for a second.
I'll
Just
figure it
stop.
out. Let me
Just
figure it out. I'll figure it out.
I don't know how much you respect him when you constantly disrespect him.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Yeah.
Regardless, onward, and like Donnie does like the whole pose of like standing right at the tip of the ship and pointing forward, just to get, like immediately divert the conversation away from possibly insulting Hastian more.
So, 10-day wait. Anyone have a deck of cards?
Granted, he did give us wrong information. I don't trust paparazzi.
I am a legit journalist. All right. I can only report on what I've heard, and if my sources were wrong, which to be fair they often aren't, but they
Also,
could be.
Oh, so you're a gossip monger. Okay.
No, I am a reporter.
I'm sorry, Hastian. I love you. You're great.
I don't think you do.
Does Odub have a deck of cards in his suitcase?
Give me 1 second. I'll find out. Was it 72? I'll say yes, he does.
Fantastic.
He looks up and he's like, regular or Uno?
Can we play?
What the fuck is Uno?
Card game, real fun. Got it from Weird World, or game from Real World.
I think that's halfling for one.
It's canon now. Halfling is just Espanol.
Dude, we're gonna see the most fucking handsome halfling called Fabio.
Alright, so that's a thing that's happening now. But yes, Uno is canonized in this world.
All right.
Uh,
I guess just looks at Winchester. Which one do you want?
I'm fine with either. I mean, if we want to try this Uno game, I'm personally akin to Jim Rummy.
Of course you would. Anyway,
wow, okay, this is gonna be a trip. So, it will take you about a day to get to a place to which you can enter the Astral Sea. So, it's gonna be an 11-day trip in total. Are you guys doing anything in particular? Any questions you are asking anyone? Are you going to like try to interact with any of the crew here, including each other? Let's go down the list. We will start from the bottom up this time. So, Yoshi, what is Lucius doing over this time? Does he want to talk to anyone? Is he going to try to work on a project or anything like that?
Honestly, he'd probably just be tending to like the princess and making sure that she's comfortable, just because of old habits. Maybe writing in his journal, quote unquote journal. But other than that, unless somebody wants to talk to him, considering everything, he'd probably drink.
Fair enough. Zadali will ask you while you are kind of tending to her. She's just going to say, "So, Lucius, I am curious. Whatever happened to you?"
He's gonna freeze whatever he's doing and just tense up before letting out a sigh. He's like, "Are you truly curious?"
It was quite a stir for a little while, the Duke's son suddenly up and vanishing.
I merely went on a journey. You know how it is. I was young and naive. Wanted to, explore the astral sea. And I did. Thanks to the encouragement of another. Granted, nothing really happened between us, but yeah.
She kind of nods and just says, I'm not one to stir the pot, so to speak, but I will let you know. Your father was quite distressed after your disappearance.
Imagine his.
He seemed to have spent many resources looking for you.
I'm not that surprised. He was mostly just looking for the heir that he trained. You know how it is with nobles.
Yes, I unfortunately do. Well, it's good to see you in good health, at the very least.
Thank you. It's lovely to see you again as well, Your Highness.
She'll give a nod at that and she'll say, thank you.
To hear there's an echo in the room. Uno, you blighter!
Alright. Veronata, are you up to anything over this 11-day voyage?
Yes. Vera's gonna occasionally check in on Lucius, make sure, knowing that the idea of meeting his father again is a little bit more imminent, to kind of like do a wellness check on him. And then she'll try to she'll talk to Hasty and being like, hey, I don't actually hate you, this is like a bit, and then explaining how bits work.
He will say, when you say it's just a bit, he will say, well, it doesn't really feel like it at times. You are hounding me relentlessly, and I don't know. it doesn't feel good. Like, I don't mind, like, jesting every once in a while with a good friend, but we haven't gotten there yet. Like, you have been attacking me non-stop.
That's true. Um, I probably have to get out of summer. It's really hot, and my brain is rotting.
Do what you must, but I just, please stop.
I will.
I try my
Don't
best.
worry.
Right? Like, I try my best, and I know it's not good enough, but you don't have to keep saying it.
Okay, whoa, you don't have to. You're fine.
Listen, I just want to think for a bit.
It's fine. No worries.
And he kind of like
She goes in.
turns away and just kind of like goes back to kind of like the shared cabin that many of you sleep in.
I'll try to find him when he's by himself.
Uh,
Lucius,
Lucius, okay.
Yes.
how's everything going with you?
I'm gonna be honest, Vera. I'm really anxious. I'm pretty sure my father's gonna beat my ass as soon as he sees me again.
No. At least we have Winchester. At least you won't be. You'll be fine. Hopefully.
Vera, I left home and made a dumb decision. He's gonna whoop my ass.
Yeah. That is a true possibility, yes. But hopefully, in every story that I've heard of, there's always the possibility when the son comes home, and just having you back, it will be great. Hopefully, I don't know who your father is, but that's usually.
Well, you may have the chance to meet him. God.
Now I'm nervous. It's like the dad I never knew.
To be honest, you do act like my sister when she was a lot younger. So who knows?
And
Maybe
how
he
old
might
is
even like you.
Oh my god, how old is your family? If they're
My father, that man's ancient. My sister,
well,
the last time I left home, she was 20.
okay.
Hard telling how old she is now. Maybe she's had a chance to mature. Though I doubt if she's still with Dorjan.
Mm.
Fuck the guy.
Oh, how long have you been gone?
70 years.
Oh damn, yeah, I forgot. So then, for all you know, your sister could have been like married off already.
Perhaps.
But then,
I
if
really
you're
hope she
lucky,
doesn't marry that dumbass, though. I swear to
okay,
God.
okay, true, okay. But when that means you could be an uncle.
This is true.
True.
I doubt she'd let me see her family, though. But it's hard telling. Time changes a lot. Maybe she's had a chance to mature.
That's true.
Uh, I don't normally drink, but the closer we get to my father's outpost, the more I want to.
Yeah. You have time to at least to prepare your nerves, which is good.
Ma'am.
I'm gonna take a long nap, and I'm gonna change into autumn.
Oh, you're changing seasons?
Yeah, I I need it mentally. Spring and summer are good for a long while. But now since I feel like the situations have gotten a little bit more dire, I can't be this.
Suppose that's wise.
But if I change to winter, I will not be speaking.
That's fair. I feel like your winter self would pick on Hastings even more.
No, she's very serious.
All right.
Imagine like a jester who is extremely sad.
I thought your winter version was just more cold towards others.
Yeah. Just it's cold and it's like cold and very ugh. But we can hope for the best. Stay safe, drinks responsibly.
All right.
And now Vera will take a heavy, intensive nap.
Alright. Donnie, are you up to anything besides playing some Uno?
Not really. I
Okay.
had to explain Donnie's demeanor. It's the meme of like, I don't know, I didn't really think I'd get this far. He doesn't know what to do at this point. He's just playing Uno.
Alright. I will say one day, though, you do catch Odub kind of sitting on the deck of the ship, and he seems to have, like, a fishing pole, and seems to have just thrown a line out into wild space.
Huh? Just like, what the fuck are you doing?
He looks over to you and is like, fishing!
There's fish out there?
Yeah! School passing by. See, as he kind of, like, points to where you guys are going, and you can see what seems to be these. In terms of, like, size category, they are small. But these, like, golden three-eyed fish with really, like, frilly fins, and they seem to be coming closer towards the ship. Heard good eatings.
Do I know what these fish are?
Yeah, you would have
But-
seen them plenty of times. These are just space guppies.
Fishing for dinner, Odub?
Odub enjoys space guppy. Though, space guppy's apparently good to ride on if you're, like, really, really small, like, smaller than Odub small.
You know, every time I look over the deck of this ship, I don't think my surroundings can get any weirder, and yet every single time it does.
Looks into
They
the
weird.
corner and just sees a hippo polishing his shotgun.
Precisely.
How are things weird? This not normal?
No.
Normal,
No.
just relevant.
I guess so. I mean, it's still weird.
Odub,
Even
just
though
go
I-
with...
I say, even though I've technically spent more time in wild space than I have on a planet at this point, or not.
Fair. But Odub think just easier to go with what happening. Life too short. Life too short to worry about thing like that. Simply stay in moment, and Odub find that Odub much happier.
I've been trying.
There, and he opens up his suitcase again and pulls out another fishing line, sticks some bait on it, like this really big worm, with this on this really big hook, and hands it to you. Try fishing.
Sure. Like, he'll sit down next to Odub and, like, take out the fishing line. He has no idea how to do this. And so he just, like, very poorly, like, just casts the line out and it, like, doesn't fucking, like, he gets it caught behind him.
Up, and Odub just kind of like goes and unhooks it from your shirt and says, "You want to try to like throw it from side."
I guess, do you want me to roll something to fish, Michael?
Sure, I will say just roll me a dexterity check.
Understood. That's a 9.
All right. You get the line out there. Let me see. Let's let Odub have it to go at this. See if how good he. Let's see how good of a example he is. Yep. He got a 12, so he's doing a little better than you, but you guys are about on par. Your lines are out a bit. And now let's see if any of the space guppies are going to come bite. All right. All right. Odub's line is like doesn't really get touched much. Donnie, on the other hand, you get a bite, and you can see probably a good like 50 feet out from the ship, a space guppy, this golden three-eyed large space fish, bites down on your line. You can see the kind of like the hook go through, and now it's just kind of like wriggling and waggling and like trying to fight it.
Donnie he is going to yank the fishing pole back and try and pull in like the fishing line physically, like hand over hand, pull it in, not reel it out, because he doesn't know what he's fucking doing.
Okay. You start doing that, and Odub says, "Hold rod and then reel," as he kind of like points to the little handle on there.
Oh shit! Like picks it up and does that instead.
All right, I'm gonna say, since you're inexperienced, we're gonna make this a strength check, as it is a larger creature. Well, it's a small creature, but you know what I mean. Roll me just as pure strength check, or athletics if you have it.
It's the same either way. It's an 8.
All right, you're pulling on it, and whew, you're giving this thing a workout. Let me roll for the space guppy.
Does Donnie get dragged out into space?
No, the space guppy got a total of 0.
Oh, okay.
So you start reeling in, and you're probably about 25 feet away from the boat. And it's pulling, and you can feel like the fishing rods start to really tense. Make me another strength check for me.
Absolutely. 16.
All right, and with a total of 2, yeah, you're able to, like, with Odub's instructions, you're able to kind of like reel it in, give it a little slack, and then pull back to really tire this thing out until eventually you get the space guppy onto the ship, as it's kind of like getting caught on the gravity plane, and now it's just kind of like on the deck trying to just trying to hop. It's still able to like fly a bit, but it's a little unstable, so you're kind of like having to like hold it to stop it from going anywhere. Unlike a regular fish, it's not like slimy, so you're actually able to get a good grip on it. And Odub is just going in your mind, yeah, Donnie, do good.
And without missing a beat, Donnie will then slowly start taking a dagger out of his back pocket. And yeah, he's gonna eat the fish. Just right there.
Okay, you just start chowing into it.
He kills it first and then does that.
Okay, so yeah, you gut the fish, and eventually its form goes limp. And Odub look at that and says, "It's good delicacy. Sometimes, depending on fish."
All right. Just very slowly eating it.
Yeah, you just
A
start
bit
slowly eating it. Perturbed.
It's not really a. I don't know, man. I feel like a fish wouldn't be quite as satisfying in comparison to what Donnie's already eaten.
It's still good. It's still filling.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still good. It's a nice snack. But yeah, you get through a decent amount of this fish. You still have a good bit left over. It is a small-sized creature, so there's a lot of meat there. Odub looks at you and says, "Donnie, have fun?"
I guess. I mean, doesn't seem that hard. Just seems kind of boring.
A good time to think or to talk with friend.
Fair enough.
Looks up at you and says, "How is Donnie, friend?"
I'm here.
Odub like you here.
Just nods silently.
Nods. And then he kind of helps you take it in and give to Lucius whatever you have left over, what you have not eaten.
Bold of you to assume he wouldn't eat the whole thing.
All right, never mind. You eat the whole thing and throw whatever scraps remain overboard and set out to catch another fish. We will leave you with Odub for now, and we will move on to Winchester. What are you doing during this time, besides playing Uno?
Probably just trying to figure out the finer tuning of flying a spell jammer since he's got 10 days.
All right. Yeah. So Topola seems eager to teach you. Whenever Fel is driving, though, she does not seem very inclined to teach you.
I didn't think so, but I figured topless would be good to teach.
Yeah, she'll goes, well, it's really not that. It's actually quite simple. So first you have to attune to the chair, and then she kind of like starts going into the finer details. She kind of lets you pilot it for a little bit, and it's a strange experience because when you do attune to it and you are kind of helming the ship, your consciousness expands to the ship. Like you more or less have an idea of what is going on in the ship at all times, and you have an idea of what is happening around the ship. Like, and basically within the air bubble of the ship, like you're able to kind of just consciously know what is happening basically anywhere in the air bubble.
Gotcha. Oh, Donnie eating a fish. How quaint. But yeah, that's basically all he'd want to do is just make sure that he could. Come the time, someone might need to fly one of these things, and Winchester wants to be prepared.
Fair enough. And yeah, you do make some headway with that. I'll say just mark me 10 out of 30.
Okay.
Like you are already proficient in spell jamming vessels. It's just you're learning now how to pilot one.
Yeah.
And so you're getting your hours in, essentially, is what it is.
Or days, as the case may be.
Oh yeah. It's a strange experience, and it's a very hard one to kind of adjust to when you're not used to it.
Yeah.
All right. And then, Miko, what are you up to, my friend? Anyone you want to talk to? Anything you're doing?
Miko, after either working, doing the various things around the ship, because, deckhand, will spend his spare time picking up his pseudo-dragon and the small horde, and then moving himself and the pseudo-dragon in front of the tree, and sitting there, and waiting.
All right. You sit in front of the tree. Anything in particular you're waiting for?
So in the book, Dread Pirate Roberta eats a weird mushroom soup, and then after a weird dream thing, gets the location of their love interest Reese's. And Miko knows that the reason why they got a vision of Reese's is because, that's the thing they cared about the most. Miko really, really wants to be a cool pirate, so he thinks if he just stays around a tree that's cool long enough, it'll eventually give him a cool vision of what to do to become a cool pirate.
Okay.
He was gonna ask the vampire some tips, but then the vampire immediately had a mutiny, so stocks dropped on that one.
Fair.
And he brought the pseudo-dragon, because when it comes to interpreting the vision, the pseudo-dragon's gonna have a lot more luck than Miko will.
Fair enough. You sit out on the bow of the ship, or you sit in front of the tree for a while, and then as you close your eyes and you're kind of in this meditative trance, you hear a voice call out to you, and it goes, "What are you doing, young one?"
I excitedly explain exactly what I just explained to Michael.
I see. One cannot expect to find their destiny without searching. Rely not on visions of the future, as that is the territory of mystics and oracles. Go, see with your own eyes and hear with your own ears what fate has in store for you.
Mika will nod and will say, "Thank you for the vision, O mighty tree." And we'll get up, we'll pick up the pseudo dragon, we'll go to Odub and ask for a very, very small, like, riding helmet for the pseudo dragon.
A riding helmet?
Yes.
Like, what do you mean by
Like,
riding?
he's gonna be on a motorcycle, so he needs to protect his head.
Oh, okay. Odub go. Odub not have that, but Odub might make that.
We have some sorts of fruits and nuts and stuff. I find a large one and just like put two like a piece of string underneath it and put it onto the pseudo dragon's head. Get on the bike with the spacesuit and go out to find my destiny while joyriding around the ship.
Okay. You try to put a piece of fruit on your dragon's head, and it just kind of looks at you and hisses.
No, not fruit. Like half of a nutshell, like a large nut.
Okay. Kind of looks at you and just goes, "Why?"
What if you fall off and you hit your head?
Fine.
Yeah.
All right. You all see Miko kind of like take the bike that Odub has just freshly like finished working on.
The bike that's freshly working on is still on the ship. I'll take the uninjured one that I've been using.
Okay. Odub's just kind of like working on the other one next to that one. You just hop on that one, just zoom off. Odub just look up and just like shrugs, goes back to work. Anyone else who's like on the deck of the ship will just see Miko just doing space donuts.
I need to find my destiny, so I'm going to search for it while still being within sight lines of the ship so I don't die.
Okay, for shits and giggles, roll me a perception check.
I have a +1 to this. Let's fucking go. Nat 20, let's fucking go!
God damn it, why do you have to roll a natural 20? Now I have to come up with something else. God damn it!
Well, Michael, like we said about your luck and everything, I mean...
Ah, fuck you!
I mean, yeah, we're kind of walking into this one, Michael.
God damn it! Just like,
He does
he'll
something,
roll
he
a
thinks he
natural
fails,
20.
but then he pulls off the most perfect stunt
God
imaginable.
damn it! Now I have to come with something off my fucking head. Okay. Give me a minute here.
Take your
Come up with
time.
something
Take your
out of the
time.
blue. Welcome to D&D.
If you want, you can take him 5 minutes by like disconnecting from the chat and saying your internet died or something. You know what I mean?
Oh, fuck you. Alright, that ain't funny.
I'm sorry. Okay, I actually meant that one as a joke. It's okay. I'm sorry. That was
That's
mean.
fine. You're good.
Alright.
Okay, let me see here. You're looking for your destiny. Okay,
Runs into a pirate wreckage called Destiny.
Well, Miko, yeah. He just finds a stripper.
Space hookers?
Space hookers,
Oh,
man, yeah.
Oh! Anyway. Alright, I got it. So as you are flying around the ship, you are passing by what seems to be another star. It's a smaller star, but as you are just kind of like flying at the edge of your vision, you see what seems to be this serpentine creature kind of appearing out of it. It's not going towards you or anything, but it's there, and based on the distance, it's probably really fucking big.
Well, I have no inhibition control. So without telling anyone, I'm going to drive towards it.
And this is when Miko dies?
This is where Miko dies.
What? Okay, to be fair, if Winchester's piloting the ship at the moment, he would know that's happening, right?
Roll me a d20. We'll say on like. We'll say on like an 11 or above. This is when you're getting like your training hours in.
Yeah, you gotta roll 11 above. Here we go.
Yeah, yeah.
4. Nope.
All right, nope. Miko is just gone. No one's the wiser.
Well, I
Besides-
do have my pseudo dragon, so there's my inhibition control. So if I do need to leave, I can.
All right. It doesn't really seem to say anything. Okay, so Miko, you start approaching this. You start approaching this large figure, and as you get closer and closer and closer, you're realizing this thing is not just large. It's not huge. It is over gargantuan. This thing is massive. And as you're speeding on over towards it,
Wait, hold on. If this is... Alright, keep going. I'm sorry. I just realized what this could be, and that is the most terrifying thing you could have done, Michael.
Yeah.
So let's continue.
Yeah.
anyway,
Wait, what's
as you start speeding towards this thing for closer and closer and closer, its red scales seem to catch your attention. It has a large maw and these burning white eyes and spines radiating off of its back. And it sees you and starts to move closer and closer and closer towards you. Let me drag a token out because apparently I need to do this now. So you can at least have an idea of what this thing is. Yep. There it is. You see this. And it flies up towards you. And and it comes very close to you. You are within about 15 feet of this thing. As it's just looking down at you. And your pseudo dragon is just projecting fear. As it will say, Dumval Kolmun Yishkal Nol. What languages do you speak?
I'm an Elvish, but I know my pseudo dragon knows Draconic.
All right, your pseudo. Okay, let me take a look at your pseudo dragon stats here to make sure I know like what its capabilities are. Hold on.
It's probably smarter than I am.
Probably. I just
At
need
least
to
wiser.
Yes, I need to know like what is its ability to like. What's the word I'm looking for? Translate for you. Hold on.
Limited can match communicate simple ideas, emotions, and images.
Okay. You are getting the image of. You are getting the idea of elder in your mind. And it is projecting the idea to you that this thing is not immediately hostile towards you, but it is curious.
I will bow because elder, you respect your elders. Especially when you meet them for the first time.
Right.
Usually afterwards, you're cute enough for them not to be mad at you. Anyway, and then he will first say, "Oh, I don't know. I'm sorry that I don't know Draconic. Hi, I'm Miko. I was told to set out and find my destiny, and so I saw you and grew curious. How are you?"
It just kind of looks at you, and then it just kind of bellows out what sounds like a and just in a rough common, you hear it say, it has been quite some time for one to approach me to seek destiny. Can you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, there's nothing suspicious here. Um Yes, I do. Um and if you be the bearer of destiny, then I greet you as a friend.
Friends, we shall little cursed child.
So, hmm. Now Miko's thinking, do I have anything that he would be interested in as a good friend? Because friends give gifts and stuff, especially since, all that fun stuff. So let's see here. Let's see here. I'll give him my best dagger.
Which is which one?
The +1 dagger, signed by Selena.
All right.
The Lifesteal Dagger doesn't have a +1 to it, so it's not as good. And besides, Lifesteal Dagger feels like, not his speed.
Fair. So, how do you offer this to him?
I look through my inventory. I grab. I don't have much. I have silk rope. Silk is important. So I'll remove the dagger and its like holster, what that's called, off my thing. I'll wrap it in the silk rope, and then I do have both calligraphy and painter supplies. So I'm going to assume there's a small bow or something I can whip up and put the bow on it, and I will gently kind of move it towards and let it start floating in space towards him and go like a gift for a friend. It is my most valuable dagger. And I like daggers. Daggers are cool.
It kind of like leans in closer to you, and it shows you, and like it's looking at you with one of its large, like slitted eyes, and says, "Your offering is most welcome, friend. What is your name?"
Mika will scratch the back of his head and he'll say, well, my name is Clyde Spellhammer, but my friends call me Miko. And he'll hold out a imperceptible, like, to this dragon, the size of a tenth of one of its scales, a hand to shake.
See it kind of like it looks down at you, and you can kind of feel a force brush up against your hand as if it were in a shaking motion, as you feel something kind of grip your hand, and it says, "Well meant, go seek a destiny. Tell me, what does destiny have in store for you so far?"
Well, Me and my friends are currently going to go fight the Zorhasi Empire.
Erexian.
Zerixian, sorry. Zorhas is from Wildmount, my bad. Zerixian Empire. But afterwards, I've been just wanting to do adventure stuff, and I've been pretty happy about that. I want to be a cool pirate who swings in and saves the day, and who inspires others to do good.
Seek adventure and
Mhm.
project influence on the galaxy.
Well, if the influence of the galaxy is like the Zerixians, then I say that's not okay. But it's been fun. I met Odub. He's pretty cool.
Oh, dub.
Yeah, he's a penguin who has a bunch of cool stuff. You want to come with me and meet him?
There's kind of a smirk to him, and a bit of a chuckle as he just goes,
Why not? It has been since I've had company.
All right, cool. Follow me.
"All right." The rest of you, as you're just on the ship, doing what you will do.
Uno.
Uno, yes. Hastian just goes, Uno. This is a fun game. You eventually, Odub just runs down, and he goes, and he just starts like psychically yelling in your guys' mind, "Big fish! Big fish!"
Odub, use your inside voice. Jeez. Don't
Big
make the yell.
fish! Hurry!
What is this
Hey.
old? Oh my!
As you
You
guys
guys
start
see-
walking out, and you see Miko speeding towards you while being pursued by this large serpentine creature with these multicolored scales just sort of just following him.
I give you guys a wave as soon as I see you on the deck.
I bring up my rifle. That'd look amazing in the trophy room.
I will wave no. I do the big no sign.
You do know this
Do I
thing
know?
is this thing. Okay, so first things first. For the rest of you, this thing is bigger than the ship.
Oh, no.
Lucius and Winchester, roll me either nature or history.
Let me
Okay.
check. I have proficiency, I believe, in history, so I will take history.
All right.
Let me see.
13. Not terrible.
I rolled the 10.
Okay. So, Winchester. Lucius, though, this actually does involve your backstory, as Solar
Huh?
Dragons. The Solar Dragons do actually have connection to the Zerixian Empire. They are seen as a symbol of the nobility. And you recognize this creature as not just any solar dragon, but an ancient solar dragon. And it is coming towards your ship. And what you would know, and that's kind of the extent of your knowledge on this subject, the Zerixian princess looks out and goes, "That's very interesting."
Oh, how? Oh, that's an ancient solar dragon. Winchester, don't shoot it!
That would be rather bad, yes.
Aw.
As a hint, whoever's piloting the ship, make sure it's not the other lady who may just shoot it upon getting in range.
Currently it is Topola who is piloting.
Toppola's just so fucking jealous they have to pilot the ship right now.
Oh, you don't think she'll jump out of the chair to go chat?
Yeah.
But yes, eventually Miko comes back into the air bubble. Solar Dragon close behind him.
Did the Solar Dragon give me his name? Because I think that did get broken up.
He has not given you his name yet, actually.
Got it. Absolutely fine. Miko will land the small ship. I will say, "Hi guys, hey guys, meet my new friend." And I'll just like motion the friend to come in so he can speak to us.
You see this.
Odub, he wants to meet you first.
Odub looks up. As you see this ancient solar dragon just kind of like twisting its serpentine body kind of like around to like not take up as much space, so to speak. As it's just kind of like not wrapping itself around the ship, but just kind of like orbiting, I guess, the ship. As Odub looks up at it and goes, "Big Fish want to talk to Odub?"
Well, yeah, you're a cool guy.
Oh. As the solar dragon looks down and says,
Greetings. Hold up. Miko speaks highly of you. I am Orixiol, dawn of an old age. Tell me, what news bring you?
and Odub just looks up and goes, "Odub traveling on ship now. Lots of fun."
Oh, show him Uno.
Oh, yeah. Odub have fun card game called Uno. Want to play?
I know after this, no. But sure,
It's halfling.
If I'm in eyesight of the tree, I'll look at him, give a thumbs up and a wink as the tree is shaking its leaves off.
Oh, absolutely. This tree is just like, what the fuck have I done? Oh, boy. Okay. Yeah. You guys bring out Uno, and you play a game of Uno with a ancient solar dragon. What has this campaign become? Okay. Yeah, you guys play Uno. Any questions for the mighty ancient solar dragon, or are you guys just gonna play a game of Uno and then just leave with your lives?
I mean, I think that's probably our best bet. I don't know if Winchester has any I suppose, apart from, like, small chat, Winchester will be, so what I'm trying to do to Miko?
he is first to approach my den in over a century. Curiosity more than anything.
It's the same. Most people should have more house guests about.
Indeed.
Mr. Winchester will just casually speak with the creature, but like it's just a fellow like a fellow nobleman he's talking.
Yes, and you see as he's playing the game, the cards are just kind of floating in front of him as he's just kind of like peering down like an old grandma trying to read a text that is way too small for her eyes.
Use telekinesis to bring it up to one of his eyes very quickly. Bring it
Yeah.
all the way back down.
I just imagine
Exactly.
like Winchester's like pick up fall blue.
It's like, God damn it.
This game sucks.
As he just draws 4.
He has like 25 cards in hand.
Guys, 20, please just got it's got one of those plays where you just have all the cards.
Yeah, it's just like you guys kept stacking draw 4s on him, and he didn't have.
God damn it.
You know what? Everyone, roll me a D100. Let's see who wins this bout of Uno.
95. Let's fucking go.
I hate this so much.
99, baby!
Yo! Oh wait, no. 1D100N. So
Oh, yeah,
I think it's bested. Whew.
Yeah, roll. Let's try that again, Lucius.
I just used the the mouse on the left side. There you go, 61.
D100. Anyone else partaking in this game of Uno?
I think they're both unavailable.
They're
Unfortunate.
tending to other matters.
Okay, fair enough. We'll say this Phyrexian Princess is going to give it a go. Because, why not? Needs to do something. Chatting with an ancient solar dragon. Not a typical thing she does every day. Alright. And /R. Let's see if the solar dragon's going to win it. Somehow.
She had a 1% chance. No,
Nope.
he literally got the mitt full of gloves, lowest number.
Yeah, so... Yeah, you can... Miko, and this is a game between Miko and Winchester at this point. The rest of you are non-factors.
I would say it would be hilarious if the reason why Winchester won is because the dragon was able to, draw 4 on Miko, and that just basically stopped me from winning. I'm happy with that ending.
You know what? Sure, we'll go with that.
We all wagering something?
No!
It's Uno.
It's Uno. It's like wagering something on Mario Party.
But Winchester, as you take your victory in this game of Uno, the voice of the dragon just goes...
You must stop by again. When
Oh.
evil
Indeed, this was quite smashing good fun. I have to say, you are quite the orator, my friend.
The dragon would know what that means, but orator?
Orator, like speaker, like they talk. They're good at talking, yeah.
Got it.
I have had over millennia to practice my craft.
Well, it
It's
definitely
nice of
shows.
you to notice. Thank you.
We got the dragon to play Uno with us.
That was your destiny. That is it. This is Miko's high point of his life. God.
When
And
I do cool stuff, I'll come back and say hi.
I look forward to it. And also, Miko, keep your eyes to the horizon. Always look for the coming dawn. And next time, bring snacks.
As the dragon will then take his leave and return to his star.
Man, that tree was right. I did find my destiny. I'm a snack bringer.
All hail Miko, Miko, bringer of snacks.
Alright, well that was murder on my voice, so I'm gonna ask that we take a 5-minute
Sounds good.
break. Ha!
Alright.
God damn you, Eric, for rolling that natural 20. This is a total sidebar.
You know,
Not
there's
every day
one
you
person
play
we can
Uno.
blame. There's really just one person we can blame. And I
Lady
guess
Luck?
Who is it, Eric?
me for rolling really well.
Yeah, yep, that's true. That is accurate.
I was going to say Michael for allowing me to roll, but then I felt like, I've been bullying him a bunch. It is my fault. Let's be fair. I've been causing all of this.
I was gonna get the third party info off. Damn you, Luck. Why'd you have to give me such good rolls? I mean, don't stop.
Well, I am now officially weaker. I've given up my magical weapon. Let's go.
Well, one of them.
Yes. Actually, it did not. It appreciated your offer, but it did not take your dagger.
No. Gift from a friend. It's gone.
Okay, sure. Why not? You insisted. It took it.
Yes. We don't neg on gifts here.
Fair enough. But yeah, you guys played Uno with a solar dragon. That's where this campaign's going somehow.
I mean, Michael,
know, we
after
can
Humblewood,
literally-
can you be expecting anything different with these groups?
Could we have, while we played Uno, could we have had Halcyon kind of do a sketch of the princess playing with the dragons, so we can use that to go like, hey, look, they literally hung out with the icon of royalty.
Yeah, not only did we hang
That's
out
new
with it, we
scandal,
played
guys.
Uno with it. Like, how are we, eh?
He consulted a ancient solar dragon on her way to reclaim the throne. That's some political bullshitting if I've ever heard one.
That is
You
some
know what?
religious symbolism.
You know
Yeah.
what? Fair enough. We'll have Halcyon give it a good go. Let's see if he is able to really pull this through for you guys. And let me pull up his character sheet.
What is it?
Alright, what's his bonus to this?
What happened?
Okay.
Oh, you
We
didn't
played
get to
Uno
play
with a
Uno with an
dragon.
ancient solar dragon.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I was
Uh,
checking. I had a whole roommate meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Miko completely went like, I'm gonna go find my destiny, and then ran into an ancient solar dragon.
And then when he brought him
Ooh.
back to the ship, we all played Uno.
Mm-hmm.
That's beautiful. That's art.
Mm-hmm. We're trying to make Halcyon write it down in art so we can use it for political machination.
We figured that I think political propaganda, because apparently that's like the religious beast of the empire.
Not religious, just more of like
Or
the symbol of
symbol
the,
of the
family.
empire.
Yeah.
They kind of go hand in hand.
A little bit of a difference, an important difference.
Yeah.
Anyway, Halcyon tries to like sketch this down, like he's taking the details. It's a pretty good rendition, all things considered. Yeah, he got a total of 20, so it's a pretty good drawing of the princess playing Uno with a solar dragon. Why the fuck is this a thing? Why
He
did
could
I let this happen?
That's
If you want, he
beautiful.
can really do touch-ups with the rest of the time to make it better.
Sure, I'll be doing that.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that I had my baby for that.
Oh, did your baby get to hear all the?
Yep,
Get to
she's right here. She's falling asleep to the story of us playing Uno with the dragon.
Hi, baby.
That's great. I love that.
I was too dumb to realize that this was a scary situation.
Yes, you were.
I mean, and the rest of us just didn't like. Winchester's not dumb, but he's also like totally not threatened by anything.
I'd like to
Listening.
imagine the other person who pilots the Spelljammer was napping the entire time, so when we eventually tell when she's wake up, you did what?
Oh yeah, no, she was on her. She was like on her sleeping break. No idea this happened. And the question is, who the hell is going to tell her that you walked up with an ancient solar dragon?
I'll tell her, tiefling to tiefling.
That'll be a thing. Okay. I hope to never run into that dragon again, because I do not want to do that voice again.
Oh, thank goodness I missed it. The dragon's voice was giving my brain scratches in the bad way.
What?
You ever hear something when it like, oh, it itches the brain? But this is the dragon's voice sounded like if scratching chalk on a chalkboard was in the void.
Well, it's the throat voice, right? The throat voice is always going to be annoying and bad to do unless you practice it and practice it and practice it, right? Like,
It was annoying.
no, it's annoying to do, Michael.
I think I can do it too.
Okay.
But it hurts.
Yeah, it does. It always has on my throat when I do it too for characters.
I love how my baby's just unfazed by it.
What a trooper.
She do not give a damn. She's like, I'm gonna take a nap.
It's just deep
New
voices.
artwork, please post.
They just make me sad.
All right. Quick question: is Jay back?
Yeah, I've been back. I just haven't
Oh.
been saying anything.
Oh, okay. Out of curiosity, Donnie, was Donnie doing anything during that whole exchange, or was he just like, man, that's an ancient solar dragon, and I'm not gonna fuck with it?
He, like he has said, every time he looks over the deck of the ship, he doesn't think it can get any weirder, and yet somehow every time it does.
Fair enough. So he was just standing there flabbergasted, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Is everyone back?
Yee. I think so.
Yeah. I gotta leave again to get my laundry.
Okay, we'll take another 5. So back again.
No, no.
Oh,
But
okay,
I'm gonna
okay.
leave- I'm gonna leave later.
Gotcha. Okay. So all that happened. Lucius, you go and tell Fel that there was an ancient solar dragon off the bow of her ship.
Yep.
All right. She's kind of like waking up. She's kind of groggy. How do you say this to her?
Pardon me, Miss Fell? Are you awake?
Yeah. What do you want?
I was just come to inform you that you missed the opportunity to meet an ancient solar dragon.
Yeah, I'm sure I missed the opportunity to what? Like talk to a god or something? Get out of here.
I'm not jesting you. There was literally a solar dragon, an ancient one,
Actually,
on your spelljammer.
Actually, Michael, for a gag, Winchester probably would have asked if he could have got something from the Solar Dragon that he wouldn't admit, like, why don't we get, like, a loose scale or something? I'm just curious. Proof of my meeting of such a magnificent creature.
Roll me a persuasion check real quick, Winchester.
That's not going to go well.
Friends don't usually ask friends for gifts. They're given.
And you know what? Seeing as you were the victor of the Uno game, I'll give you advantage.
Fair enough.
Not 20.
13. It's not
Yeah.
bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. It's anything. It doesn't have to be specifically what he had. It's just like...
Hangnail.
yeah.
It looks
Toenail
down
clipping.
at you. It looks down at you and says,
You don't...
Perhaps next game we will settle wagers.
No, very good. Look forward to it.
Alright. But back to Lucius and Fel. You say, no, seriously, there was. And she just goes, what?
Yeah. Miko brought it aboard. Gave everyone quite the scare.
And it didn't eat anyone?
No, in fact, it actually played a card game with us. It was... you had to be there to believe it.
What the absolute fuck? As she just sits down, head in her hands. It's like, why the fuck am I taking you guys places?
Well, if you look on the bright side of things, at least you have quite the story to tell.
Yeah, sure. A dragon came to my ship while I was asleep, and no one told me until after the fact.
I do apologize for not telling you sooner, but you did tell us not to disturb you while you slept, so
I
be
figured
respectful.
in the case of an emergency that would clearly not apply, but you know what? Sure, thank you for not waking me from my rest. I appreciate that greatly. Anything else happened while I was asleep?
No, but I do believe Odo caught dinner, so we're having Space Guppy.
Awesome. Thank you for the update. She's gonna return to her coffee and drink it and just like contemplating like, okay, what am I doing after this? Because this is clearly not good for my health.
Lucius will leave her to enjoy her coffee.
All right. All right. Great. Yep. And you do, and you guys continue on your voyage. Last chance. Anyone want to do anything for this 11-day period?
I'm gonna try to bond with my hippogriff.
All right, you're spending time to bond with your hippogriff. Roll me just an animal handling check. See how well that goes.
Uh, let's hope it goes better than last time. I swear to God.
Did you want to possibly get Winchester to help you?
Yes, please.
The Beastmaster who's proficient with animal handling. You see, Lucius, what you have to do is be firm but fair with the creature. Eye contact, very important. And he will coach you to give him advantage.
Sure, get advantage, Lucius.
Baby, give me good luck.
Yay!
Alright.
Let's go.
All right, and you're just spending this time focusing on bonding with it, right? Are you trying to like train to do anything during this time or no?
I want to gain its trust first.
Okay. Yeah, over this 11-day voyage, like you're working with your baby hippogriff, and it seems to start opening up to you more. Like it seems to be following you closer, and actually like kind of like rubbing up against your leg from time to time, looking for affection. Like you're making progress with this animal.
Excellent. I'm fawning over it.
Duly noted. It's your coping mechanism at the moment.
Exactly.
All right. But anyone else doing anything during this time, or?
How much more trust does my pseudo dragon have over me? Like, you know, trust we have together after that adventure.
Roll me an animal handling check, because that could be interpreted one of two ways, my friend.
Well, let's be fair. We met with a bigger one of him and didn't die, so...
No, that's one of the two interpretations. Okay. So, whether or not Miko realizes it, the dragon is thinking, you're an idiot, but you're a really lucky idiot. So I'm fine with sticking to you for the moment, but if your luck runs out, buddy.
Oh, yeah, duh. And he's gonna spend the rest of his time either training with Halcyon in order to get in order to just get more proficient with stuff, and doing dramatic poses with the pseudo dragon so they're ready when they need to cut a promo.
Okay. For Hastian, training goes well with Hastian. Pseudo Dragon, probably another animal handling check to see if you can get it to like cooperate with you enough to do poses.
Come on, baby, just a -2. Let's go! Ah, fuck.
After that scare that it had, it just kind of wants to sit on its hoard and just like not talk to anyone.
Fair.
All right. Anyone else doing anything?
No, because I think we're good. At least I am. Well, I suppose quickly Winchester would see if OW is capable of making gun ammo.
You go up to OW. He's kind of finished working on the bikes. Kind of like starts wiping his hands on some like spare cloth. And goes, Winnie, bike done.
Very good, OW. OW, is you any good at producing ammunition?
Let OW check. And he starts rummaging around in his suitcase. And he pulls out what seems to be a pistol, like a flintlock, and a little satchel, and says, OW got 10 shots.
Of course. Well, unfortunately, I'm a master of the musket ball. Do you perhaps produce your own gunpowder?
OW not good with boom powder.
Oh, very well. I was just curious. Thank you very much, OW.
No problem. OW could try to learn, but that'd take a while.
No worries, good sir. I'll just have to restock when we get to the next port.
Sound good. Wouldn't you need anything else?
At the moment, very good, but very good work on the bikes, my good sir.
Yes, you're looking over the bike. So, thing to note, a lot of its paneling seems to have been replaced by, like, wood. You give it a little test rev. Sounds good. Like everything that needs to work is working. Just aesthetically, you're getting more of like 70s like minivan vibe from it.
Fantastic. When his fans are rocking, don't come a knocking. Gotcha.
Uh,
But yeah, that's all.
all right. And anyone else? Going once, twice.
Wait, would I need the marble things for gravity sinkhole, or would my arcane focus be enough for that?
Does it have a
Do they
gold
have
value?
a gold piece?
No.
Yeah, does it have a gold piece for the material components?
No. It says it has to be like a, let me see, a marble, black marble, I think.
Okay, so if it doesn't have a gold piece component, or if it doesn't say consumed, is it either consumed or have a gold piece?
It does not.
Then your spellcasting focus is a suitable replacement. The only time you would need that specific material is if it's either consumed or has a monetary value.
Okay, cool.
So, with that being said, assuming no one has anything else they wish to do during this time, you all set forth, and eventually you do pass into the astral sea. And the atmosphere is different. Instead of the normal like void with stars surrounding you, it's more of a silvery mist that you're all navigating your ways through. And as you enter, it's kind of a weird, jarring feeling. Like, you know that feeling like when you go down a roller coaster, like, and you're just speeding down? Like, you just have a great change in elevation in just a few moments? You kind of get that feeling, right? And it passes, but you feel almost lighter in a way. And while your physical bodies have entered into the astral sea, it still feels like some part of you is not there, but not in a bad way. It feels like you're just not burdened. Lucius and Veronata, this is a very familiar feeling to you guys. Winchester, you've also had experiences going from place to place. Donnie, Miko, this is entirely new to you, and it's interesting.
Feel like I ate some weird mushrooms. I really got to go talk to that tree.
But as you make your way through the journey, Zadali, uh, at the end of your journey, Sadali gathers you all and she says, "We are soon approaching the outpost. Now, I do not plan to take all of you, but from what I've gathered from talking to various of you," she looks at Donnie, Miko, Winchester, Lucius, and Veronata. "Your team seems to be that of the, how should I say, strike force."
Yes, that would be a fair description of it.
Good. Now, this is Syrixian territory, and with your bounties, I would ask that you do your best to disguise yourselves and keep a low profile. Should things go well, we will be in and out.
Ah, but
I
of
will
course.
ask...
As she says that, Winchester reaches into his pocket and pulls out his false beard.
Yes, very good. Perhaps I can provide better disguises. Now, we will be meeting with a contact of mine, someone who I know is loyal. In terms of your preparations, what should I expect? Because I'm simply asking you come with me to be bodyguards.
What sort of preparation do you mean, madam? I mean, as far as preparation we're concerned, what is the goal? And we'll take you to where you need to be if that's all you need.
Well, she wanted us to escort her and then provide protection, I assume.
That's what I know. That's what I said. We take her to where she wants to go.
Exactly. I just need to make sure there wasn't anything you all needed from me.
Generally stay out of the way, I suppose, if there danger occurs. We don't want you to get conjured.
I have a shot in the dark question.
By all means, feel free to ask.
You know how strange spell components and stuff can get. You got an eye encased in a gem, just on you by chance. Random thought.
Unfortunately, I do not. But I'm sure if you were to ask my contact, they may be able to procure something of that for you.
It's just like silent fist bump in the back. Alright, yeah, that's it for me.
Now, is there anything... Now, before we get within range of this outpost, was there anything you all wanted to ask me? Now would be a good time to do so. In terms of our current mission or any other information I may be able to give you.
I guess how much of the current situation, I mean, are we missing, really? All I really know is the vines attached to Toril to absorb the energy of that planet, send it to you guys' sun, and apparently your father's dead?
Yes. So, as some of you may or may not know, me and my brother Zelith, we are meant to be sharing the throne as co-emperor/empress. After our father, Emperor Zaven, has died. What most people do not know is that I suspect my brother of foul play in this endeavor. He has been very, shall we say, power hungry and eager to run the state. And with my father's death, he asked that he be ascended to godhood, as is our tradition, by being sent into the heart of our star in Zerix's space. Unfortunately, to become one with the light of Zerixis, he asked for the star to burn at its brightest. My brother has taken that to mean a go ahead on attacking your world and draining it of all its life, so that Zerixis may burn at its brightest that it has for many years. I am currently unaware of how we can undo this process, but my contact should be able to give us that information. And you have my word. I will do what it takes to set this right. The Zerixis Empire does not need to be the enemy of the galaxy. Now, unfortunately,
Fair
though,
enough.
from what I do know of stopping the process of your planet being taken over, you will need one of the royal family to be able to undo this process. And it will, and from what I understand of it thus far, it will be aboard the Citadel, the jewel of our empire. So we must be prepared for that fight.
Should we expect any trouble while we're going down to this area, though?
So long as your ship can keep a low profile and does not do anything to draw attention to us.
Looks at the giant tree growing out of the ship.
Winchester, you would know that a living ship is not that odd.
Ah, okay. Well, you kind of saw it was more different when we started. Fair.
Yeah, it's not like the most common thing, but it's not like, it's not like someone hasn't seen that before.
Fair enough, fair enough.
And then she says, yes, and in terms of the Citadel, it currently drifts in the astral sea, but upon the day that my father is to ascend, it will re-emerge in Zerix's space, to which then we will be able to make our move.
Ah, very good then.
Now, in terms of preparations, I assume that we still have a good amount of time before the life of your planet is completely strangled out of it.
Honestly, I have no clue. How long does this usually take?
That I don't know. From my understanding, we've never taken a planet that was inhabited by such an abundance of life.
Well, very well then. I suppose we should just hurry regardless, though.
I believe that would be a good idea. Now, unless there's anything else that we need of each other, let us prepare.
Very good. Well, I guess we prepare, Michael. What we do?
Alright, yeah, you guys do what you do to prepare. And eventually, you break out of the astral sea into see what seems to be a large sort of asteroid, housing what seems to be a small sort of outpost town on it. You see many streets, and to give reference, it's probably around the quarter of the size of the Rocket Brawl. So still fairly large, but not so large as to be overwhelming. And towards the back end of it, you see what seems to be a large spiral-like manor. As you guys make your way on to the outpost, hues of yellow kind of cross the sky and the ground as you see what seems to be a large planetoid object in the background. Lucius, to you, this is home. And let's see, is this the right one? Alright. And as you all dock, Princess Adali will just say, look to the captain of the vessel, or captain in air quotes, and says, if anyone asks, you are simply here to what's the word? Recoup
Safety?
supplies.
Ah, yes.
Recoup supplies for a larger voyage that you're going on. And he says, right, we are running low on supplies after all we've been through, so that should be fine. Yes, and just keep a low profile.
Of
As
course.
for the rest of you, I believe that we should be leaving now. As she starts to head towards the edge of the ship, Hastian comes up to your group and says, wait, hold on, before you go. I know I'm not normally the type to do this, but I'd like to come with you.
All right.
I mean, you sure about this?
I'm sick of being useless. I'm sick of sitting on the sidelines while you do all the dangerous work. I can stand by it no longer.
How very courageous of you.
I'm rolling an insight check.
Roll me insight.
Oof, never mind.
Can I also roll insight?
Sure thing.
I trust him.
Oh,
Uh,
guess
I'll
what he
roll
says.
insight just to, be the fourth person. And, yeah, I still trust him. You don't even need to tell me if I succeed or not. I'm like, all right,
Okay. Yep. So, yeah, you're all. He seems forthright right now. Like, in terms of like having ulterior motives, like, you know, if he did, you'd have no idea. But from what you can tell, he's being forthright. And he just kind of says, and Zidali kind of cocks an eyebrow and says, looks at your lot and says, "May I ask the rest of you, can he be trusted?"
Winchester opens his
Yes.
mouth, closes it.
It's just dead silent.
I mean, yeah.
He hasn't done anything untrustworthy at the moment.
You know, the amount of stuff he knows, he also knows the idiom shoot the messenger, so... Dude, that's as safe as can be. He's told me what the shoot the messenger meant.
He is a reporter, though, so I mean, depends on what you mean by trust.
I trust him.
Listen, think of it this way. He's seen what we're all capable of, so if he decides to, do anything now, he's well aware what's going to happen.
Indeed.
Yeah, very
Listen,
well.
Thank you. And I've not been begrudgingly at times, yes, but I've been loyal to this cause so far. I've done nothing to earn any ire. I promise you, I simply just want to be here to, I don't know, just do something. Be a part of this. I'm tired of sitting around.
We're not
Tired of, I'm tired of being a laughingstock.
not expecting any sort of danger, so I suppose it'd be alright. Though, do keep your head down when the bullets start flying, my good sir.
Of course. I know where I stand in that. And he will join you lot. And she looks at you all and says, "Very well. Now, as she looks at you all and she says, so, before we leave, you can see her start to wave her hands in the air, and you can see what seems to be a trail of like sparkling mist behind her fingertips as she moves them through the air. As that mist then extends to you all and wrap around your form. As you all look at each other, and you all seem to look like regular Zyrixian townfolk.
There you go.
Many thanks, princess.
Call me...
Betty?
I was going to say Olivier for now.
Olivier.
Yes, and I would advise you all to take on more traditional names for the area.
Like Bob!
Oh. I would have called Winchester Remington.
Remington, Jesus.
Okay, maybe. Perhaps if anyone asks, just gesture to yourselves like you're mute and cannot speak.
I start
I
acting like
can
a
give
mime.
everybody name.
I make the box.
Fine. Listen, come up with your names in due time. But for the moment, follow me. We shouldn't waste much time. My contact already thinks me late.
Of course.
And you all set off. As you wander the streets of this yellowish meteor asteroid rock, eventually you diverge off the main fare. And a point of note: this isn't the most developed area. The buildings are solid; they're structurally sound, but this isn't like an overtly decadent area where money has been thrown at it rigorously. You also note there are guards present. There are members of the Zyrixian military out in uniform, walking around, keeping the peace. There doesn't really seem to be much going on outside of that. You do also see not just Astro Elves wandering the street, but others. This is a port like any other, and so it's not uncommon for others to stop here and resupply. Bounty hunters may come by to pick up whatever bounties may be available. Anyone who's traveling may come in just to take a respite. So it's not that unusual for, say, a gift company to come through, or perhaps maybe just a vessel of various characters going from one place to another. So long as no one's causing trouble and there's no issues with the Empire, there seems to be peace. But as you diverge off the main fare and weave through the streets a bit, you eventually come down to this more run-down looking pub. It is called the Second Light Pub, and Zadali turns back to you and says, "Allow me to do the talking."
Of course.
She nods, and you all walk in, and it's this little run-down place. There's not really too many people here, and as with much of Wild Space and the Astral Sea, there is no sense of like day or night here. No moon hangs in the sky. No sun can really be seen past the silvery mists that surround this place. But you gather this is probably more of what would be considered the early morning. So not too many people would be in at this hour. As Zadali kind of takes you all up to the bar, and the barkeeper says, "Plenty of folks walking in this morning. Pray tell, is it the house draft you're looking for?" And she replies, "No, I think I'd rather do with some of the golden dew of the morning sun." To which he then nods and says, "Coming right up." And he starts pouring a couple of pints for you guys. Slides one over to her and says, "And how many did you need?" And she points to all of you and says, "One for each." As he then passes each of you a pint. She seems to start taking a drink. Kind of motions for the rest of you.
Winchester will follow.
So does Lucius.
Great.
Follow the crowd.
Miko, are you partaking in alcohol?
I assume I immediately start reaching for it, and then Lucius just scooches it away from my hands. And so
Alright.
I just like keep my hands to myself. And the disguise I seem neutral, but you can tell that Miko is frowning.
Alright, duly noted. So, as this happens, you all finish your round. She puts a gold on the table, and she says, "Come on all, we're leaving." As she stands up and walks out the bar.
We follow.
Alright. She then takes you all around the building. And one thing you did notice is that after your drinks were poured, the bartender went into the back for a couple minutes and then came back out. She then takes you over a block and you into a back alley, and you see this sort of cellar doors that are unlocked as she goes over and opens it, and she motions for you all to follow.
We follow.
Y'all.
Yeah.
Alright. You follow and open the doors. And as this happens, you get brought into this small cellar. No one seems to be inside. She looks around. She says, "Okay, if I remember correctly, it should be over." Yes, and she walks over to what seems to be a shelf with a couple bottles on it, pushes some aside, takes a panel that is on the back of it off, and then you can see her reach in, and you hear a little click as she pulls a lever, puts it back, moves the bottles back, and then a few seconds later, you see the shelf move, revealing a passageway.
My word, that's clever.
You seem quite familiar with this, Olivier.
Let's say that my brother has not been the best at hiding his intentions, and I have made preparations should I find myself on the outskirts of power.
I see.
Now hurry along. We don't have much time before this door closes by itself. As she kind of like ducks into this passageway.
Winchester ducks even deeper to get in.
Yeah, it's spacious enough for you to get in.
Okay.
Yeah, like Winchester, you're having to like crouch down a little bit, like you're kind of giving yourself a little bit of a hunch, but other than that, you can fit comfortably in here.
Okay. There's one thing I was checking. Like, secret patch is not always the best thing for a GIF. Even a small one is Winchester, maybe.
Yeah, like if you were a regular GIF, like a regular size GIF, oh, buddy, you'd be squeezing.
Luckily, Winchester's slim and trim for a GIF.
Indeed. But you all funnel in, and as the last of you enter, the book or the bottle shelf behind you just back into place. Dedali snaps her fingers as a couple modes of light hang in the air. She says, "Follow me. We have quite a bit of walking to do."
No, cool.
And as you make your way a good chunk in, she allows the disguises to drop and says, "We will not need these until it is time to leave." And you continue traveling forth. And this is a decent walk from where you are. You're basically, from what you've gathered, you have basically gone from one end of this rock to the other. Like you're crossing a good bit of it. And eventually you reach what seems to be these carved out stairs, spiraling upwards. And as you climb the stairs and climb, eventually you reach the end of this passage. And she says, and she kind of like presses her finger up to her lips, and she kind of presses her ear against the end of the passage. Okay, we should be good. I would suggest that you all bring yourselves to good posture, looking at Winchester when you can.
Of course.
And she leads you into another room. Finely furnished. Yep, okay. Finely furnished. You enter into this room. You see the curtains are drawn. There's a fireplace in the corner. A well-furnished desk lies at one end with a bookcase against the walls. You see what seems to be a small dinner table nestled in one corner, but with only a single plate and utensils at the end, with scraps of food left on it. You also see what seems to be a sort of like diagram of a wild space system. You notice 3 planetoids circling a sun during that, but as you step into the office, the thing that catches your attention the most, as you all funnel into this room one by one, your eyes adjusting to the bright light, you see an elf an astral elf sitting behind a large mahogany desk. As if you all could put yourselves over here.
Sorry, could you ping that again? Just the
Right,
bottom?
perfect.
Okay.
As the Xerxian princess kind of pushes a button and the bookshelf moves over, the figure kind of looks up and looks over in your direction. Let me get okay and Sadali. Alright, yes, and then is yep, and then all I need is Veronata and Miko to put yourselves in here somewhere. Eric?
They're dead. They're gone.
Sorry, no. I had some sound happening, and my dog is constantly trying to steal food. What's up? Oh, I need to drag myself on the map. Got it. Sorry.
All good. And then Maggie, you there? Eggs?
Laundry has taken them yet again.
No!
Gone. Reduced to atoms.
It's not the
Because
dreaded
of laundry.
laundry.
The eater of
Oh,
socks has
God.
come.
They went through Ghost of Laundry past, now they're going through Ghost of Laundry present.
No!
And soon the ghost of laundry future folding will be upon us.
Ah. This is fairly important, so we will wait for Maggie to get back.
Sounds fine.
Uh,
Winchester takes out his gun and shoots the elf.
No! My plot!
Winchester takes his gun out and shoots Halston in the back of the head. It was all rigged from the start.
No! My plot!
I blow away the princess. I've been working for the prince the whole time. You guys were never the wiser. Crashing into the Miko ship was merely a ploy.
No! My plot!
oh, the elf disappeared.
He did.
Yeah. Phased out of existence when he realized Veronata wasn't there. He's like, fuck it, why am I even here?
God. In the meantime, BRB, I'm gonna go try to lay my child down.
No, of course.
Bye, baby!
That child's first word will be Astral Dragon.
I hope so.
That would be funny.
Astral Dragon.
Oh, it's like the dexterity saving.
War for initiative.
Awful initiative.
By the way, did we get that dragon's name as Erixon, Dawn of the Old Age?
Something like that. I listen, man. I'll go back in the recording and figure out what his name was.
That's right, you folks at home. You can go back in the recording and go to this timestamp here in order to see that dragon's name.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's one of the advantages of recording these sessions that if something is forgotten for the DM, they can double check it. I've done it once or twice.
Yeah, no, like I've double checked multiple things in this campaign already. Like with example of that is like when Odub, when you guys first met Odub, Eric had said Odub invited himself along. I'm like, I don't think he did for cookies, and then I was like, I don't think he did, and then I looked back in the corner. I'm like, nope, Miko offered to take him.
Which really didn't shock anyone
Hold
after he also
on.
offered to take a
He said,
dragon.
"What are we doing next?" So I can't just be like, "We're going cookies without you."
No, I don't think. I had to double check again, but if I remember correctly, I remember going like, yeah, no, Miko unprompted invited Odub for cookies.
Who's making friends?
Exactly.
Wisest decision I've ever made.
Really has been.
The ancient solar dragon is going to show up when there's the big fleet fight and just eat a ship, and we're going to be like, well, that was worth every penny.
Penny, you guys didn't spend anything on that encounter.
That
was
was worth
worth
rolling
the
that
Uno.
20s.
Uno games,
Worth the
man.
game of Uno. Yeah.
Winchester won Uno. He is the Uno master. Like I was looking at it, I was like, oh yeah, Miko's got this 99.
Amigo rolled a 95. I'm like, God damn, Eric. And then Winchester rolled a 99. I'm like, fuck.
Yeah.
There's still a
Dragon's not
chance. There's still a chance.
Maggie, you back yet?
I'm a pinger.
So much laundry.
Aaron Lane, let me send her a quick message.
Roommate meeting.
Oh boy. Whew. Oh, by the way, Michael watched a really good movie the other day you should check out.
Oh, what movie's that?
Have you heard of Unicorn Wars?
No.
So,
Ooh.
it's animated for starters in Spanish. And despite the name, it is one of the most serious, dark, and fucked up movies I've ever seen. And it's about teddy bears battling unicorns in a religious genocidal attempt to take back a fortress and take a forest and just kill every fucking unicorn alive and eat their flesh to be cut so they can praise God.
Okay.
You said it was
And isn't there, like,
Unicorn
a
Wars?
Unicorn Wars.
Yeah. Isn't there like a star-crossed lover thing going on too?
Not
technically?
really, no. Though
Okay.
there is matricide, murdering of siblings, of drug-induced hallucination deaths,
Oh Jesus.
suicide,
Question.
and everything else. Yeah.
What platform can I view this Majesty on?
I had
It's
to
on
download
Netflix.
it. Is it on Netflix right now?
I think it's on Netflix now.
No, it could be.
I-
I downloaded to watch it.
I am reading it is on Prime.
Yeah, that's right. It's like I watched it off a streaming service. I'm trying to remember which one. Thought it was Netflix, but it could be Prime.
Ah, you watched it too, did you, Yosh? It's a good movie, eh?
Oh God, help me.
Yeah, think of like Happy Treehouse Friends, but serious.
More lore. More
Yeah.
lore to it.
More lore
Basically.
and like not for laughs in the slightest.
Let me see here. It is $3.79 to rent. Yeah, I'll check this out at some point. Because this looks so fucking dumb, but also kind of awesome, and it's like that weird space of weirdness that just kind of like that I am all about.
Yeah, like it's weird, dude, but like really, it's the juxtapositions is part of the story, right? Like it is just not funny or cute in any way, apart from the teddy bears looking funny and cute. But that's where the line is, right? Past that, it is just it's one of the most brutal war movies I've ever seen. Let's put it that way.
I look forward to watching this because this is probably going to be hilarious.
Yeah.
Let's see here. All right
Where's
then.
Maggie?
I'm questioning if she has like fallen into the abyss.
The machine got her.
Maggie!
I'll be back in a second. I'm going to update Discord while there's the opportunity.
Good idea.
Yeah, definitely check out that movie, Michael. It is baller.
Nice.
But I've been suggesting it to everybody since I watched it.
If you want more recommendations, Dungeon Mesh is getting an anime, but I would still recommend reading the manga, not because you are losing anything, because it's animated, which looks fucking gorgeous, right? And the
Right.
voice acting and everything and the expressions is great. But the extra work that the artist does because she constantly tries to do sketches of different like body types, literally everything to fill out this sort of fantasy world cast of all different shapes and sizes. The just the amount of sketching that is available as part of the manga is just worth it in and of itself.
What is this?
Dungeon Meshi.
Dungeon Meshi.
Dungeon Meshi?
I've been meaning to like actually get into Dungeon Meshi.
It's a good show. You should definitely watch it. It's the amount of
this
character design and artwork in the manga makes me prefer it just because of that. But the show is still fantastic, and it's you won't be staring at sketches for like years like I will be.
Oh no, I've been watching this show. It's awesome.
Delicious in the Delicious in Dungeon.
Yeah, this show's awesome. I fucking love
Yeah,
this
it's on Netflix. Yeah, I've been watching that too. Like Dungeon Mesh. Yeah.
Also,
It's-
Frieren is amazing.
Yeah, like just they had such a great idea with the idea of like putting holy water in a jar and then beating ghosts with it. I'm like, because the logic behind it is the glass will phase through it, but the holy water will hit them. Like that's such a brilliant fucking idea.
We'll also put some wine in there because gods of wine.
I also like how they did the living
Put a candle
armor.
on it. Mhm.
Yeah, like this.
Like, Ty,
this
you
show
think a
actually-
jar's gonna do anything against me? Oh shit.
Now, of course, Jay said he wanted to get into it, so maybe we should go into more detail about it.
Oh yeah.
I Garrett, Eric, I genuinely might forget. You talk about it. I don't care about spoilers, dude. Go for it. I don't care.
I mean, we haven't done
Oh, no.
spoilers so much as like just roundabout discussion. We haven't like
No,
gave
I-
Also-
specifics, but yeah.
Fun fact, guys, the manga is actually completed.
Ah, neat.
So if they keep making it, they'll actually be able to finish it.
Well,
Yeah.
And D&D Party Shenanigans.
Ah, yes. So many great D&D party shenanigans. It's D&D with like the party took the cooking aspect serious.
Yeah. Like this is such a fun like show. Like it's such a fun show. It's got a lot of like it's a fun show. It's got a lot of really creative ideas behind it.
The characters are fun.
Yeah, like the characters are fun. It's got a lot of creative ideas behind it. It's like I'm enjoying it thoroughly. Like
Which is again, oddly enough, it's the second anime that I've enjoyed about cooking. So weird that happened twice.
yeah, but hey, man, this is like I said. This has been a fun show. I'm enjoying it. It's can't really complain. The cast is great. The premise is pretty good. The ideas that they have in it is just really fun.
You kind of like almost implement them in a D&D campaign.
I was thinking that I'm like, man, I hope none of these guys has watched the show because it's like there's legitimate ideas here that I kind of want to take.
And everyone here but one has watched the show.
Listen, I have been consuming very different media in that I've been attempting to read more urban/modern fantasy to make my campaign better, and also reading Eisenhorn, a Warhammer 40k book.
Oh god, yeah,
Good
I've
idea.
done the Eisenhorn. Is that one of the better ones?
seems like everybody's getting into Warhammer now.
It's kind
Listen,
of exploded again.
I've been into Warhammer.
Yeah,
I just haven't gotten around to reading the books.
yeah, I've been in Warhammer for a while, but I refuse to play the game. Like, just, Jesus Christ.
It's so much money. It's so much money.
It's not worth it. Not worth my money. Not worth my time. It's like, man.
Listen,
Who could ever play Warhammer as I'm painting a demon prince?
yeah.
I got into Magic when I was super young. I can't have two expensive hobbies. I can't do it.
That's why if I
Man.
play Magic, it's always Commander, because you just buy a Commander deck and then you just upgrade it a little bit. So
Yeah.
it's not
Yeah, that's
as much as
basically what I
getting like
do.
a modern deck.
The problem with Warhammer is there is no little bit. You're going to spend at least $1,000 before you're even ready to start.
Yeah.
And now you
Uh,
play Combat Patrol.
Yeah, you're worrying me. My significant other is getting into Warhammer, but he's been like 3D printing all of his models and like he's doing all of the painting stuff himself.
Well, I mean,
Be
you
careful.
always do. Yeah.
Be careful on what communities he joins. Not because it's a bad influence, but because some communities may be like, hey, Like for example, my local store went like, "Hey, I understand you guys like 3D models and prints. Where our stores, like livelihood is based on you guys buying models. So like only one 3D print model per army if you play here, that sort of thing, right? So that may become
Yeah.
a thing, and that may mess with them. So keep an eye out on that.
Yeah, if you're playing in like the big stores, they don't appreciate that because, like I said, that is their business, right? It's like going to a movie theater. It's like how movie theaters don't like you to bring their own snacks. Never stops anybody, but
Yeah. You pretend like you don't.
yeah.
I see. I see. God,
I
you
just think
remind
the
me of the
world
one.
building is really cool, and the fact that it becomes so dark and depressing, it loops right back around to being just hilarious in a
Have
weird,
you watched
fucked up
Dune
way.
because the new movie's coming out yet?
I looks at my entire Dune book set on my shelf. Yeah, I have seen Dune. I'm a fan of Dune.
You like how much Warhammer ripped it off?
Yeah.
Man, Warhammer ripped off everything.
It was
GW doesn't
mostly
have an original
Doom,
bone in
bud.
any of their bodies.
Yes, I know
It-
it's mostly Doom, but like Warhammer's ripped off. Like if you're talking fantasy too, Warhammer just ripped off fantasy. They ripped off. They rip off a lot. Like the Games Workshop. Let's rephrase it. Game Workshop rips off a lot.
Yeah, Games Workshop does.
By the way,
Happened to
how much?
Maggie.
Yeah, how much? Maggie, did you happen to wander back in yet? Okay. How much do we want to wait for Maggie? Do we want to pause, like, and continue this next week for Maggie? Like, what are we looking at here? Because I have no idea where she went.
I mean, I'm willing to give
We
another.
can-
I'm willing to give another 10 or so.
I'd go with chatting, yeah.
He-
I don't hate you guys enough to immediately leave.
Thanks, Eric.
No problem.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I feel bad just having you guys kind of all wait here. Like, I know we want to play D&D, but I feel kind of bad because Maggie did miss last week. I don't want her to miss like another really important story beat.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't
man.
know. Do we all have
I get
Steam?
it.
We can all just play Risk for a minute.
Risk.
I do not have Risk on Steam.
Yeah, but it's
free,
free,
though.
so
Have it
it's like 3 megabytes.
I can okay.
Yoshi,
By
do
the
you have
time we
Steam?
finished it, I do have Steam.
All right. Go get Risk.
What is Risk? What kind of game is it?
It's
The
a board
board
game.
game
It's
Risk?
really bad.
It's not
Yeah.
bad. It's just old and classic, right? It's basically what most of the strat board games are based off of.
I see. I see. We'll give
Yeah, I gotta
Maggie until the time this finishes downloading.
Well, hey, it's literally invoking her then,
Yeah.
We're
No,
going
I-
Old
Maggie-
Testament with this.
Maggie, come back to us. I'm being clickbaited so fucking hard. What? What?
changed. Hiccuping.
Risk Global Domination. Download. It's 1 gigabyte. It's 1.32 gigabytes.
Yeah, I mean, I literally have it on my phone.
Let's see here. Do I have Risk installed still? I don't know why I'd ever uninstall it.
Yeah, it's not exactly taking up the space on your PC, man.
Yep, it's up. We're good.
Alright. Well, give me a minute to download.
Give
While
me
that's happening,
uno
I'm gonna go grab
momento.
myself.
I'll-
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab myself something to drink.
I'll pause the recording's back on.
Let's go.
Wait, hold on. I gotta.
When Maggie actually, when Vera actually went to sleep to go change forms, we didn't realize Maggie was such a method player.
Yeah.
She was committed to her part, okay? And I can admire that.
I don't even know. I think like what happened. I think I remember Hastings coming with us, and then I fell asleep.
Hastings really does put your character.
Apparently, Jesus, I didn't realize I had this effect on people.
I've been tired the entire time. I think it just hit me right then and there.
No,
Alright.
Dude.
Alright. So this was a whole thing. Alright.
Thank you.
I'm ready. I'm ready to continue when you guys are. Mags, you good?
They must be. Their tokens on the board.
I'm better. I'm for sure better. That the little rest helped.
They just need that power hour.
Okay. So, basically what you missed, Mags, is that you guys went into town. Hastian went with you. The princess disguised you all. You went to a bar, got a drink, and then went to a place two blocks in a different direction, and basically went through a secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. And now,
Secret tunnel.
yes, and now you are in a luscious office space.
Gotcha.
And as you all make your way into this office, this very fancy, pristine, very nice looking office, there is an elf sitting behind a large mahogany desk. And as you all walk in, this is the man you see.
Boy, they just make every elf as pretentious looking as possible, eh?
Guys, he's a wizard. Can't you
Uh,
tell?
And so, as the princess walks in, the man looks up, and then suddenly realizing who has just stepped into his office, he puts down his writing quill, stands up, and then gives a bow as he says, "Your Excellency, it is an honor to see that you are safe and well. We word when we had lost contact with you." She then raises a hand and says, "Be at ease, Andinis." And how do you say that? And
Adonis.
thank you. Be at ease, Adonis. I've procured new allies for the time, and I've come to seek your counsel. I says, by all means, please. As he quickly goes over to lock the door to his office, and as the rest of you steps in, and you guys can now move yourselves freely into this room. Give yourself some breathing space. He then turns around and takes in who is here. And as his eyes scan the room, as a motley crew has walked in, his eyes firmly lock on you, Lucius, as there is just a pause. And this sort of almost panicked reverence that he had for just a moment of oh shit, the boss just walked in, I gotta make shit look nice, completely drops from him. And he looks over to you. And he says, Lucius.
Lucius just kind of glances at the ground and shuffles his feet, kind of like a kid who just got reprimanded. Father.
When last I've heard of you, when you left all those years ago, I heard you had been left for dead. Only to hear, 70-odd years out, that you have made yourself an enemy of this nation, and had begun slaying Zurixians. I cannot tell you the anger, the confusion that I felt, the overwhelming sense of disappointment that I thought I'd feel leading up to this moment. And he walks up to you and he says, but most of all, in this moment, as he's just kind of standing above you, and your father's a little taller than you are, and he's looking down at you, he says, and in this moment, he then very swiftly goes in and hugs you over the shoulders, and he says, I can feel naught but relief to see you once more.
Lucius just looks kind of confused and in shock. Because whenever he reached his arm out, he really thought he was gonna get hit in the face, so he kind of braced for it, only to be surprised by a hug. So he just kind of stands there.
He continues to hug you and doesn't really say much at this moment. As if he's unsure that you are even real.
So you're not mad?
I am a lot of things, Lucius. But among them, mad is not what I feel. Perhaps in the beginning, but such feelings have passed in time. I'm more than relieved to know that you are alive and well, and while in a precarious situation, you have apparently sided with a good cause, which is more than I have any right to ask of you at this point in time. Come. You are home for the time. Please make yourself comfortable. As he turns around and kind of ushers you all to take seats somewhere. Hastings just kind of looking around, and he just looks at you all. It's just like he is very surprised by what is where he is right now, and he's just kind of he's looking at you, and he's just shock and awe right now. He's like, I have been missing out on so much. Like, I knew we've spoken about this. I knew your father was the Duke, right? But I don't know. And he's just kind of he just kind of is moving his hands as he's speaking, and just he's talking with his hands. He's just your father is Princess Sidali's consort, not consort, advisor.
Whoa, whoa.
No, sorry, that's a Michael misspeak.
That's
Slip of the tongue.
crazy slip of the tongue.
Yeah, sorry, that's a Michael misspeak. But Hastings goes, your Duke Mythos is, we're in his office, and he's the advisor of the missing princess. This is incredible. And Sidali, it just goes, yes,
It again later
it's
to do it.
all so, it's all so overwhelming for everyone, but I believe these two need a moment before we talk business. As she kind of makes her way over towards the fire, intent on seeming to give you two a moment to talk. As Hastings goes, yes, of course, and yeah, he just kind of takes a seat over by Donnie.
So, Princess, what are your thoughts on piracy? Not okay or pretty cool?
She just looks at you and goes, well, as the heir to an empire, my stance on piracy would unfortunately have to be quite negative, though I'm sure the circumstances in which it can be quite morally acceptable, usually under the guise of privateering.
Right, that's what the other lady said, that we're not pirates or privateer. Okay, I like this.
Yes, it's a tool like any other, as she goes on into her philosophy on piracy. But your father looks down at you, Lucius, and says, come, we have much to catch up on.
That we do.
And he'll kind of lead you over to a corner table over here. Veronat, are you just standing by the door, or are you joining any group?
I'll stay close by to Lucius. Not super, just to have their moment, but I'll just be close.
You'll be a little eavesdropper.
Yeah.
Okay. And he looks at you and he goes, I cannot tell you how happy I am to see you at this moment, my son. I have many questions for you. Chief among them, where have you been?
Well, when I first left home, I kind of was traveling for a while with an associate sorts, and then
Say that because the way you said that just oozed with, I'm not telling you everything. So give me one moment. Make sure this is okay. And feel free to make me a deception check, please.
good. I hope I purposely fail.
You can if you want.
uh,
Yeah. Are
yeah,
you?
fuck it. Call
You-
me out on my bullshit.
He's like an associate.
You
Would you
really
care?
want me to go into details?
A cursory glance, I suppose, should do.
Well, I'll admit I was naive and foolish. Technically, I left home because, well, I had certain feelings for this person, and let's just say it bit me in the ass. You have to excuse my language.
Quite alright, and let me guess, a certain infatuation beguiled you, from if my understanding is correct.
I suppose. But rest assured, nothing really truly happened. It was mostly one-sided. In fact, you might even know him. Um, Tell me, how's Lilith these days? She still at home?
Lilith, no, she disappeared the same day you did.
What?
Yes, I had heard neither high nor heavy. When you were gone, I assumed you two left together.
She didn't. I haven't seen her since I've left home, but to my understanding, I thought she's been home the entire time. Granted, I had the unfortunate circumstance to meet her new lover.
Her lover.
Ooh. I really didn't want to go into details about this here today, but yes, her lover. He goes by the name Dorjan. Yeah, he was the person that I traveled with.
Now, remind me, would this be a person he knows, or is this someone he's not familiar with? And keep in mind, it's been over 70 years, so
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, it just depends on like how good his memory is. So if you want, you could do like a history check for him, and I'll tell you.
Sure, let me see what he's got cooking in his brain box. He got 25 in history.
Yep, he knows him.
All right. Can you refresh me? Because it's been a little while since I had a chance to look at your backstory.
He's a traveling merchant.
Okay.
He is. God, now I have to remember. He's a drow.
Wow. Okay. All right, that should be good enough then. He just kind of thinks for a moment. He's like, if I remember correctly, it was that drow merchant who came through a long time ago.
Yep.
And your sister is in cahoots with this figure?
Yeah, in fact, he's the one who did this to my eye out of devotion to her, and was the one who left me for dead.
Oh, my son, I am so sorry.
It was my own mistake.
Perhaps, but still. It is not right. It is never right for one to have to, how should I say, give love so unconditionally for it to only be reciprocated in, in this case, violence. Listen, after you left, I had time to think and reflect. It has been 70 years, and while to someone of my age that is not the longest time, it is still time that passes by so slowly when something of import has been lost.
You mean your heir?
Did you say your hair?
Yeah.
He kind of looks at you, smirks, and says, I do not remember you being so bold, child.
Granted, during my travels, I've also come to learn of some things.
I'd be ashamed of you if you hadn't of all this time. But I understand that I may not have been the best father to you. I understand that I may not have treated you with the kindness that you were deserving of. I wanted to prepare you for the role that you would inherit as my son, and the discrimination you would face as your blood is not entirely that of this empire's. I thought if I was harsh on you, it would prepare you for what you would face in this life. And I realize I have only set you up to be ensnared in some villain's honeyed words. For that, Lucius, I am sorry.
Father, if I may be so bold to ask you a question.
He gives a nod.
During my travels, as I was left for dead, I've had the chance to encounter one of the mini gods, in specific the god of fate, who's told me something very interesting. And that's the fact that I have a little brother that I didn't know about.
His eyes grow wide as you say that. In his demeanor of like a sorrowful affection towards you, like with a mix of emotions on his face, all get wiped away by a sudden wave of shock, and then there's anger beneath that as he says, wandering forgotten divinity should have stayed in their lane.
Are you
Man,
planning on making that child your successor?
no. By the gods, no. Lucius, when I tell you that child may be my blood, but he is no son of mine.
Forgive me if I have trouble believe in you, Father, but you've grilled into me just how much Syrixians treasure pure blood, and I know of this child's ethnicity.
Yes, it is true. By blood you have a brother. And Lucius, I want you to know very clearly, this was not an arrangement I wanted. Trust me when I say that I had sacrificed much of this family in hopes of keeping my children safe. That thing is not my child. It is
But
a
it carries
monster.
your blood. How
It
is it a
carries.
monster?
It is a monster.
How could you say that about a child?
Lucius, this child was born before you left. I never told you about him because I did not want you to think I had simply. And he looks like his emotions are really starting to get the better of him at this moment. But he takes a breath and calms down. And he says, "I did not want you to think less of me. I did not want you to know that circumstances had forced me to." And he's trying to find the words.
Is that the reason why Mother left? Did she find out?
Many years ago, the Xerixian Empire had brokered a peace with a powerful astral elf city-state, the Exravians. They are a powerful clan of magi, primarily sorcerers and wizards. They simply, as part of the negotiations for them to give up their independent nature as a city-state and to join the Xerxian Empire, they demanded that the head of the city-state be married to royalty. And neither of the Xerixian prince or princess at this time was ready to take on such a duty. So the Empire offered them something else instead. They offered them a duke of considerable arcane skill and knowledge. And I was not consulted on the matter beforehand. My input was irrelevant. And when the news came down, I was given merely. Your mother and I were given two options. Either fail to uphold my duty as a noble, a duke, and serve this empire, or fail to do so and be banished, along with you, your sister, and your mother. And for me to marry another, I would first have to say goodbye to the one I loved. Your mother and I discussed this for many nights. Many tears were shed, and in the end, she convinced me that for our children's sake, you would have a much better life within the Empire than being fully rejected by it. So she willingly left our household with every bit of pain in her heart that she could feel. The nights I wept without her by my side, and he just kind of like stops for a moment and just kind of looks down at the table as he just rubs his face. And no insight check required. You can tell this is very much a conversation he never wanted to have with you. Because it is as painful for him to say it as it is probably for you to hear it. But he takes a moment to collect himself and he says, I never stopped loving your mother. Our love is true. And a smile breaks out as a memory dances across his mind as he says, the first day I met your mother, I was on a wreck. Our ship had been attacked by a rogue of pirates, and our ship destroyed. I lay there floating in the astral sea, only able to breathe off the air my magic could sustain me, until I came floating by a little asteroid home, where the most beautiful, gorgeous woman I had ever seen had stayed. She fished me out of the empty void and nursed me back to health. And I'm sure I'm sure you can fill in the rest, but suffice to say, she was the everything to me. But she convinced me that it was better for you and your sister if I stayed. Until a time came when I knew that you were ready to take the mantle and I could step down and just fade away into obscurity with her. I'm sorry I never told you, but I did not want to put that on you.
Were you ever planning on telling me?
Honestly, I had never thought that far ahead. Every day was a struggle from then on, and I simply held my head high and did what I thought was best. But that's not the question you were asking earlier, at least. This child that I had with this other woman, and keep in mind, she was as enthusiastic of this relationship as I. In fact, it was one of the few things that we truly saw eye to eye on. It became a little joke, so to speak. But the child was had, and very strange child he was indeed. His appearance was that of astral elf, yes. Except his eyes. His eyes lacked the light of Xerxes in them, and instead had a cold purple void in them. I tried not to think hard on it at first. A quirk of the child's birth. Such things are not unheard of. You know, kids being born with different color eyes from their parents, it's not that unusual. Rare, but not unheard of. I thought nothing of it. And as the child grew in age and began to take on the wizardly and sorceress training as was his right, his demeanor was odd. He barely spoke in his early childhood. He did vastly intelligent, yes. You could ask him any question that would that you could expect any child of his age to answer, and yet he answered it with precision, with without stumbling on his words, he knew exactly what he was talking about. He was a prodigy in the arcane. However, one day I was disturbed to find while cleaning his room. And normally, the servants take care of it, yes, but I don't know. I wanted to make sure there was nothing wrong with the child. He was still my blood. Though his very being, I don't know. It was harder to love him, but I tried to love him as best I could. And for what had happened was not his fault, and I knew that. But while I was perusing his things, I'd come across a small, hidden little metal box. And when I tell you I was very surprised when I opened such a container, was an understatement. In there were the various bones and decaying remains of small animals he had killed. Something was not right, as I'm sure you have figured out by now. Clearly the child was disturbed. I did what any good parent would do. I had him examined by professionals. I had him talk with those who were trained to handle such things. I did not want to believe that my child was a killer and had the makings out to be worse. So we had him speak with professionals. And after a time, he seemed to become more sociable. He became better acquainted with his classmates. He became far more normal, to put it bluntly. He was, and I thought the danger had passed. We had caught on to something before it became any worse, and nipped it in the bud, so to speak. And this was how it was for many years, for decades even. Lucius, keep in mind, this child is probably, I think, 12, 14 years your junior. And as he grew up and became a young man, beginning to finish his studies at his mother's academy, a student had disappeared. Bright young man. Gone without a trace. A tragedy, to be sure, but nothing I could do, completely out of my hands, and in truth, I was not particularly concerned with the matter, as my duties keep me busy elsewhere. But then another student went missing, this time a young woman. I grew concerned. I tried to push the thoughts from my mind, but I could not help but remember that box, remember those bones. I grew scared. I asked for an assistant of mine to keep an eye on him, to follow him and make sure that everything was all right. If the worst case, make sure that he was safe. And then I lost contact with that assistant. And I knew something was wrong. I looked into the matter personally. And what I found next disturbed me. I had followed your brother into a small cave out on the city's outskirts. Waited for him to leave, and when I was sure he was not around, I took a look inside myself. And there's a pause there, as your father has always been this sort of he's always been a strong man in your eyes. He's always been calm. He's always been in charge of whatever situation he's in. You've never really seen him in any state other than, I am in charge, I am, I have everything in hand, I am calm, I am, nothing bad has happened. But for the first time in your life, you see a flicker of fear run across his face. Before he pushes it back down, he says, It was as I feared. I found the remains of the classmates inside this cave, tied up and clearly and sadistically beaten and tortured and cut and he just kind of takes a deep breath. I acted immediately. I gathered my troops. We searched for him high and low, but he had disappeared. I don't know if he knew I was there or we were simply catching on to him, but he absconded when no one was looking. And I have not heard of hide nor hair of him since. I know not what horrible things he is doing, but Lucius, listen to me. Upon examining the bodies, bones had broken and healed. Wrongly, of course. But he not only kidnapped them, but he tortured and kept them alive for an extended amount of time, and we have no idea why. Do you understand what I am telling you? That man who is now a young man, who is out there somewhere. He is not your brother. He is a monster. He is a vile demon summoned from the lowest layer of the abyss. If you ever meet him, by the love of Xerxes, run. Do not talk to him. Do not look his way. I want you to turn around and I want you to sail as far away from him. Do you understand me?
Forgive me, it's a lot to wrap my head around.
I know, and trust me when I say I've had plenty of time to do it, and I have none yet got any closer to understanding any of it. I don't know what sort of foul magic possesses him, but that child is cursed, and I cannot allow that to continue. His bounty may not be visible to most people, but in the secretive walls of the Empire, he is... Let's just say he has a higher bounty than anyone else in this room in here besides the princess. Though she technically doesn't have a bounty, as she is technically not a criminal, but that's neither here nor there. Her brother's allies know their role for him, but that's neither here nor there. My point is, do not be fooled by crocodile tears. Do not let that sheep in, or that wolf in sheep's clothing fool you. He is dangerous. Beyond dangerous.
I see. Do you think he may have been influenced by some sort of outside source? Because he said he was getting better.
I honestly could not tell you. Personally, it may have just been a ruse. He knew that he was getting in trouble, and if he were to avoid any further confrontation and eventually be allowed to continue whatever sick-deprived game he was playing, he would have to play the part of a well-to-do student.
Did you know about me and Lilith? Or did you keep him in the dark as well?
I saw no reason to tell him about you. It would only serve to complicate the matter if he grew up and he sought you out before I ever had a chance to tell you what I wanted to tell you. I'd rather,
Yeah.
if you had to hear anything, it would be from me, not him.
To be fair, I only know of his name. And that he's of an astral elf descent.
You can recognize him by his purple eyes. But please, I am begging you, if you see that pair of eyes, you run away. Do not wish you to lose any more of your blood. And the burden of this young man's crimes lay not on your shoulders but mine. Please allow your father to handle this.
Very well. I feel as if we have more pressing matters to discuss then.
Yes, of course. And he'll stand up and he will look over to the rest of you all and says, and before he says anything, he looks at you again, Lucius. He's like, "Is there anything else I can tell you, my son?"
Not at the moment.
And he just nods and he says, and he looks down at you and he says, "Again, I don't think I can apologize enough for how I treated you in the past. And I want you to know, I am proud of you.
Father.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?"
Oh. I was just trying to do like a voice cracking, like, thank you.
Oh, okay. And he gives a nod. He says, and he goes, "My apologies to the rest of you. I know you've come a long way to conduct very important business. I thank you for giving me and my son a moment to catch up with each other. Now, as for everyone else here, as he gestures to you, Lucius, for everyone to essentially gather around the fireplace. While that whole rigmarole was happening, were you guys discussing anything of importance?
I was 100% trying to listen to every word of that conversation. For me,
Roll me a perception check, Donnie.
absolutely.
I'm gonna say you're probably a little further away than Verona, so you're probably gonna have to, there's a chance you may miss some stuff.
Understood. I'm gonna throw a D6 at. I'm gonna throw a D6 at that. I want gossip. I want the tea.
Okay.
13.
Okay. Like, you're not eavesdropping from, like, across the room, and besides what was happening in the corner, the rest of you are pretty quiet. You got a good chunk of that. Like, from what you can understand is that, you heard something about his mom having to leave. You heard something about there was an apology in there, but you did hear a good chunk about the stuff that, he considers his other son a monster. You also heard over, like, he was genuinely surprised when Lucius was asking about Lilith.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Verona,
Fair
you basically got
enough.
all that since you were basically standing right there.
I want to know if Hasty was eavesdropping.
Roll me an insight check as you walk by.
Goddamn reporters. Damn.
Hard to tell. Hard to tell.
I just had a thought, and it makes me laugh. I don't know if Michael did this thought, but it's a funny thought.
What's your thought, Heat?
I don't want to say it in case I'm right.
Okay.
I'll
Don't say
message
it
it to
because-
you. I'll message it to you. It doesn't matter if you know, but I don't want to spoil it for others.
All right.
Damn.
I just imagine Miko and Winchester and the princess are doing that Family Guy bit. We're all just standing in chairs and suits, going like, nice, and that good 1950, good wine. Yes, indeed, great.
Yes.
Oh, it's
there
spontaneously combusted.
was a
Nice
bottle
cup
of
of
like
tea.
high-proof spirits that the princess had more or less helped herself to a glass of and poured the rest of you some.
Winchester gave me apple juice or something.
Yeah, Winchester basically was just serving tea and biscuits.
Yeah, more or less. But you all gather around the couches as you all take a seat or stand or whatever makes you comfortable. Maggie, are you still awake? Okay, yes.
I'm not gonna lie. Throughout the half, I was losing it.
Interesting thought, Heath. Very interesting thought.
It just crossed my mind. I mean, I don't think it's real, but I like that would have been a twist.
That would have been a twist. Damn, that's actually a good idea. I should have done that.
I want to know what the idea is.
Well, now that I know
Nah,
it's fake.
don't worry about it.
Don't worry. Just in case Michael
Don't
does
worry
use
about
it. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Damn.
I'll tell you after the session. Anyway, so, Duke Mythos looks at you all as you all gather around, and he says, "So, I understand that there are many things that we need to discuss, and time may be short. So, let us not dally. What news can I offer you that would be of service?"
I mean, it's rather up to the princess to decide, isn't it?
Yes, of course, but I'm sure the rest of you as well have questions for me as well. She looks at him and goes,
Was Lucius a
Do you have
difficult
baby pictures
child?
of Lucius?
Yeah, was Lucius a difficult child?
I mean, at times, every child is a difficult child.
Like particularly difficult.
It's off topic.
Agreed.
He said
Though-
any questions.
Perhaps if time allows for next time, if time allows, we can discuss such a thing. But for the
Father.
moment, he gives a little smirk. That says, "But for the time being, I am afraid we must keep things to business."
Of course, of course. As far as I'm aware, we're just looking for information to assist us with helping the princess regain her throne.
I see. So, I shall inform you of what's happened to the Empire in your absence, then, Your Excellency. Since you've been gone, your brother has taken charge of much of the day-to-day life. The Zerixians are a far more aggressive military force than they used to be. In your absence, he has started with a few small skirmishes with the Githyanki. And I'm afraid with Vlaakith, patience is running thin. She nods and says, "It will be something we have to deal with, but for the moment, I believe the Githyanki are not on the highest priority list." He says, "Agreed. We can smooth over relationships with the Githyanki once we resolve this matter." As As for other events, he has attacked a wild space system of the name of Toriel. She nods and says, "Yes, I believe that my companions have told me as such, and they seem to have a very high vested interest in saving their planet." His eyes kind of go, oh, he kind of like gives a little look at the rest of you and he says, "I apologize, you are all from Toril?"
But two
Donnie
of us
just
are.
raises his hand.
Uh,
Like, yeah, no, there's also a bunch of people. Wait. You were saying
We had
something?
the
You were starting to say something and I immediately cut you
I
off.
just said two of us. Two of us are. For other words, you and Miko.
Yeah.
Okay. He looks at you and Miko and he says, "Then I have to give you my most humble apologies." As he then says, "It was unfortunately my research that bore the astral seeds that are now destroying your homeworld."
We're just gonna put a hand on Donnie's shoulder real quick.
No, like, genuinely, he's fine.
Okay. um, could you perhaps be a little more specific with that? Why specifically did you have this relation to picking this planet?
I did not pick the
Um,
planet.
Oh,
I was merely the architect of the astral seeds, the stones that they jettison into the planet to then sap its life and return it to Xerxes.
well, if you were
remember the
the
crystal we found in the bandit's cave?
yeah. Well, I mean, if you discovered these astral seeds, is there some way to shut them down? I mean, you were the inventor after all.
Yes, fortunately, there is actually a way to not only stop them from draining any more life from your planet, but to actually undo the harm that they've done.
Well, bully then. I think that's our best bet then, wouldn't you say, Donnie?
Yeah.
Good. Well, you see, the light, astral seeds, they collect energy from a planet from its. It was intended to initially we intended it initially to only drain the energy from planets that had little to no life. We're talking maybe plants at most. We're talking about worlds that lacked any sort of sentience. It's what I was told when I initially designed it. I have come to realize that my creation has now been misused, to say the least. But such an outcome was not beyond my foresight. For that reason, I have installed a failsafe in them. But it will be incredibly difficult to pull this off, so to speak. You see, there is a very rare and very poorly understood relationship between light and time. The energy collected from your planet will be transferred to Xerxes in the form of light. However, should this light be sent to Xerxes and then be sent back with the power of the star behind it, it can actually rewind the clock and return your planet to a state it was in before the first of the astral seeds fell. Not only this would essentially undo all damages, all life lost on the planet, whether it had been from direct contact with the astral seeds or by some byproduct of their appearance. no one on the planet would be any the wiser to what had happened. To those who were on the planet and then off of it, should this plan go to fruition, they will simply disappear from. They will, to everyone else's perspective, simply have disappeared one day. Anyone, and of course, anyone who is on the planet that was not there before the crash of the astral stars or the astral seeds happened, that I am not 100% certain on what would happen. They would either just be where they were when the planet quote unquote resets,
Or
Or
cease
they-
to exist.
or cease to exist. Yes, they may be shunted out of our current timeline, so to speak. I cannot say for certain what would happen.
I would.
So, if you wish to save your home and restore to what it was before this whole horrible set of circumstances took place, I would need. What we would need is I would need the transponder crystal. This crystal will be will essentially be in the depths of the largest crystalline vine on your planet. If you go there, it should be deep underground, and if you retrieve it, we can start working on a way to save your world. I'll need it to essentially be able to tell the light to come back once it has gone to Syrinxis, so that it may return to your planet, restoring life and rewinding time.
Well, I think that gives us our location to do so. I don't suppose you have some sort of tracking device so we can like pinpoint the location when we get to the planet.
Unfortunately, no. I don't have a way to pinpoint its exact location. All I can tell you is to look out to observe which vine is the largest from in orbital view. Fly down to its
Wait
base.
a fucking minute. Looks directly at like Eddie. Wasn't there that big giant ass crystal when we went down into that bandit place?
Yeah. So wait, should we wait? Was blowing it up would have been the best idea or no?
I don't think blowing it up.
Oh.
It was
By chance, how large was this crystal?
like Donnie like holds out his arms in proportion. I don't know if he physically can.
It's bigger than me, sir.
I was like, it was pretty big.
That wouldn't have been it.
Damn it! Thought I was being smart there for a second.
No, good idea, but
Get with
I'm
us.
surprised I'm surprised you found one before the planet started to truly become terraformed. However, it should be fairly obvious from an orbital view which one it should be. Now, getting to it is going to be a whole nother matter. Not only is it probably going to be deep underground by this point, which will undoubtedly mean you'll have to make a expedition into, I believe, what is referred to as the Underdark.
Oh, good. I've been looking for new trophies.
Well, you'll certainly find them there, if my studies are to be believed. But you will also, I assume you've also fought these byproducts of the astral vines. We call them astral blights. Humanoid vine-like creatures made of the same crystalline material.
Ah, yes. We blew several of them up on our way out.
Good. So you are skilled. Well, I expect things to have gotten worse on that planet, and those creatures are undoubtedly going to be more numerous, and I suspect you'll probably find stronger variants of them by this time.
My word. Well, I suppose that's our best bet then.
Indeed. Fortunately for you, reports have indicated that this planet's people has not they're not going down without a fight. They are mounting as much resistance and shelter as possible, and some mages have even been prominent enough to slow down the process. Not enough to stop it or to really set us back to a point where it would impact our schedule, but it would be able to. But they are showing signs of resistance. You may be able to find allies down there yet.
That's always good.
Indeed. And as for you, Your Excellency, I believe that we are going to need more allies if we are going to fend off your brother's illegitimate claim to the throne. She nods and gestures for him to continue. There are several potential ally militia that we could potentially ally ourselves with. One that would be in a sector nearby ours that would have a sizable enough fleet to start to mount resistance to the Xerixian navy would be that of the Prince of Brawl. If you can somehow, shall I say, seek an audience with him without the Xerixians being aware of it, that may allow us to secure an alliance with him, as, from what I know, our military commanders in the area have been trying to strong on him, threatening him with the entire wrath of the Empire should he not allow us to operate in the area unopposed. A arrangement I'm sure that he is less than fond of, and would be more than happy to find a solution to alleviate himself of such horrid conditions. Other potential allies. Mercenary groups are always for hire for coin. If you can convince them that this endeavor will be more than worth their while, I'm sure you could find any number of mercenary companies to accompany you. Just know that to hire an entire company would be incredibly costly, especially considering our ability to move large quantities of money without your brother noticing is less than optimal. She nods. You may also find purchase on the ears of the Confederation of Pirates. They are more than displeased with the military presence of Xerixians in many sectors that we normally do not inhabit. Your brother seems to wish to expand his empire, so to speak, and pirates are being dealt with very brutally. So I'm sure that they'd be more than eager to settle the score and return to more peaceful times. She nods, but she doesn't seem like she's as thrilled about this idea. Other than that, I'm not entirely certain what allies we could muster. At least that would pose a large enough threat. On your travels, I would advise you to turn any hearts and minds to our cause that you can.
Oh, of course. By the way, Michael, what was the first one again you mentioned? I was just trying to only just start typing them down.
Prince of Brawl.
Yes, the Prince of the Rock of Brawl. Essentially, he had explained that the military commander in the sector has been more or less strong arming the prince, And while the prince does have a sizable fleet at his command, he knows that he himself is not a match for the full might of the Xerixian Empire. And so the prince has been more or less trying, from what Duke Mythos is telling you,
Yeah, so
the prince may be someone you can convince to join your cause.
we got the Prince, mercenary companies, the Federation of Pirates.
Yes. I don't suppose you lot have any potential allies that might come to our aid?
I suppose I could see if my fellow Gith would be willing to assist us.
I got
I'm sure
nothing.
the people of Torio, if we manage to save their planet, would offer some willing warriors, perhaps.
If there are any left on the planet who are not needed down there and are willing to take the fight to the enemy, I'm sure you can find enough sailors down there who could, and enough warriors who can potentially join our forces. Though I doubt you'll find any Spelljammer crews down there. So you won't find ships, but you might find men.
Of course. Well, we can always steal the ship from the enemy.
Certainly an option. As for myself, unfortunately I'm going to have to remain here to ensure that information from the enemy flows freely to our cause.
Oh, of
I can
course.
do. Yes. And he looks over to Lucius and he says, I can do more here than out in the field right now.
I see.
Well, I think with that said, I suppose we should begin our quest to save the planet and try to undo the Empire then, chaps.
Of course. And, oh, Lucius, before you go. And he kind of gestures for you to follow as he starts walking over to his desk.
I follow.
And you see him kind of like bend down, open a drawer, and you see him take what seems to be a quill, and you see him kind of like poking and prodding at the top of his desk drawer as he opens it, and then you hear it scratching against the inside of it until eventually he goes there, and you hear a little click. As he then walks over to the other side over here, opens another drawer, and you see him pull out what seems to be a small, fine leather journal.
What's that?
This will have the arcane formulas you'll need to prepare the crystal when you retrieve it. And he walks over to you and he says, I am not certain if fate will allow me to be there to undergo this process myself, so I must entrust this to you, my son. As he hands this journal over to you and he says, in there you will find all my research notes on the subject, plus various other arcane formulas that may be of use to you, should you have the time to read them.
Thank you, Father. I won't let you down.
You never have, so I doubt you'll start now. And Lucius,
Yes?
please be careful out there. My influence is great here, but it's not great enough to keep you safe. For now, I've spun tales of your being held against your will and forced to do the enemy's bidding, but I doubt those ruses will last long, given the circumstances.
Yeah. I was wondering why I wasn't wanted dead or alive.
And being nobility does have its perks. And its burdens. Now, I believe that you all... And as he's saying this, you hear the shattering sound of glass as a small black orb enters the room through this window here, and there's a sudden loud flash and a huge booming sound. I need all of you to make me Constitution saving throws.
Oh,
A
goody.
raid!
Solid.
Jesus Christ.
Easy.
That's an easy 19.
Yeah.
Just let me get the princess's character sheet out, because she has one of those.
Oh, Dad doesn't?
No, Dad does.
Oh, okay, good. Oh, we
Alright.
also have Halcyon.
Yeah! Hastian.
Halcyon.
And there's Hastian. Where is the princess? There she is.
Halcyon, why did you transform into a bear like Halcyon?
I'm not a
What?
druid!
Well,
Alright, give me 1 second. Okay, and so she needs to make a con save. Ooh.
Can I throw Favor of the Gods on mine with 2d4? I think
Read
that's fair.
most of the description, because you guys are caught by surprise right now.
It doesn't say anything about being aware, it's just if you fail. So you have to let them know if they
What's that?
failed, and if they
I
did
would say
fail.
it is literal divine intervention
Yeah.
on some level.
Okay, so when you fail. Okay. Yeah, you can throw that on there. You definitely failed.
Damn.
I should have grabbed alert. No.
Yeah, that's still gonna be a fail, buddy. So,
Damn.
Ooh, there's a high
Oh my
DC.
god.
what are you talking? Oh wait, I was reading their insight. Never mind. That's my bad. Constitution. Oh, okay. Never mind. That's different. That makes a difference. Okay, so just want to make sure I have everyone's right. Donnie, you got a 9. Winchester, you got a 12. Verna, 13. Lucius, with your additional roll, you got a 15. Miko, 15. Your
Miko,
father got
19.
or that one. Your father got something. The princess got something, and then Hastian got something.
Yeah, how many of us are unconscious?
So, you are not unconscious, as you all hear. So, as this flash and bang go off, you are all blinded, as your retinas, like the back of your retinas, are burned. Like you're unable to see, and you are just hearing a loud ringing in your ears as you're all just blinded, deafened, and just more or less incapacitated at the moment.
Flashbang.
However, Miko, Lucius, and Lucius, your father, pass. So you are able to react quickly enough and more or less not get stunned as this happens. And what you see is, I probably should have just put this on GM layer so I could just get them all in at once.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Yeah.
Yep. You see Zorixians just start flooding into the room. Every window gets broken into as the Zorixians more or less just rope in.
Hey, Lucius, I think your dad was found out.
You also see Astra Elves kick down the doors as they flood into this room. And finally, you see a squad teleport into the room itself.
Fucking Terminators teleporting in.
Damn. Oh, there's 2 of them now.
They fly now?
No, I was gonna say, it's like, it's the one elf from
Hey, Eric.
before.
Shut up.
Oh.
Michael, if this is not meant to be a fight, you don't have to add all of them. This is getting...
Listen, I want to impose fear.
I mean, I could take him. Bring
He's
him on,
there.
man. I'm willing to die.
Alright, so, the only people who are able to see and hear anything at the moment,
Take Winch-
Miko,
Oh.
Miko, Lucius, and Lucius's father, as they all look around, and Hastian too. And they all look as you guys are just looking around, Haitian just throws his hands up into the air. As all these people have their weapons drawn and they are aiming them at your blinded allies and at you. As you hear this imposing figure say, "You're surrounded. Drop your weapons and fall to the floor with your hands on the ground. Otherwise, your blood will stain these tiles." And you guys just barely hear that. For those of you who are deafened, like, you guys more or less get that command through, and that's basically all the information you have right now. So I'm going to ask. We're just going to go down the line, and we're just going to ask, what are you all doing? Lucius.
Sorry, yes.
So as this is
What happened?
happening, you can see what's going on right now. You see and hear everything that's going on right now. You see your father just, like, as this all happens, and there's just a swarm of enemies in this place. His hands, like, instinctively just go into the air. What are you doing?
I guess mostly looking around, looking at my father to see his reaction, and then looking at who else is coherent, I guess.
Just you, Miko, your father, and Hastian.
Okay. Let me see something real quick. How far am I from the princess? I see. And give me just a moment. I'm thinking about what I would like to do.
I will say you need to make a snap decision here. I'm going to give you 20 seconds.
Ow.
As you have been given an order. Things are moving fast.
Okay. Are we attacking? Should we attack?
I mean, this is obviously a non-winnable fight, but it's what your character would do. Like, Michael's given us a non-winnable fight. He very clearly made it by imposing all these things, right? Even if we weren't blind, we couldn't win this fight. There's just too many.
Okay. He'll click his tongue and then unwillingly put his hands up, I guess, following his father.
Right. Farinata, you are blind and deafened right now. All you heard was a faint order to get on the ground.
Mackie.
Max? Did Max fall asleep again?
I forgot
Ain't
my
no
mic
way.
was muted.
Okay.
I forgot my mic was
I was
muted.
already like, ain't no way. Ain't no way.
Yeah, I'll get on the ground. Probably just hide a bit.
All right, you fall to the ground. Miko, you see Lucius, their father, hands in the air. Vera's falling to the ground. Hastian has his hands in the air. What are you doing?
If Miko were to attempt to jump on this guy's head and climb out, would you allow him to do so?
You can certainly try.
Roger that.
So you're basically just trying to jump over this guy and jump out a window.
Yep.
You have no idea how high this window is or where it leads. I'm letting you know that now.
Rip.
Didn't we have a base idea because we went into the building? Like,
You
we
went
have...
through a secret passage, so...
Well, yeah, but we would have known the steps, Michael. Like, we have a general concept of space as people.
Alright. Like, you don't know where you are per se, but you know you're probably higher up.
Yeah. Like, did we go upstairs? Did we go downstairs? Was it a lot of stairs? Was it a few stairs?
Yeah,
Like, we should have some reference.
You guys went upstairs, and you went up a good amount of stairs.
Yeah.
So I'm just letting you know, you don't know where you're going to end up. You don't know if there's anything to grab onto once you jump out, or how far it is from the
Like,
nearest
we had a
surface.
secret
He
passage
came in through a
upstairs?
rope,
I
right?
thought this was downstairs. This is the dumbest secret passage ever. You don't go up for secrets. Winchester probably wouldn't have went in if I realized that dumb shit.
Dumb.
Huh?
More of a secret passageway from
Yeah.
going upstairs from
it's
office down
instead
a
of-
Yeah.
way.
It's instead of okay. It's fine,
Yeah.
guys.
I guess.
They came in on ropes. Can I just grab the rope on the way out?
Yeah, secret passage, not a secret hideout.
You could
Yeah.
definitely attempt to do so. The curtain is still blocking it, so it is gonna be a little harder to tell. But I will say you can definitely try.
All right, we're going for it.
So we
All
had
right.
it. Oh, sorry.
So as you pass by this guy, I'm gonna say he's gonna try to make an athletics test check contested by your acrobatics for you to get by him. Sound good?
Sure.
Okay. Let me pull up a character sheet and let's see him do athletics. Make sure that is okay. And let's go.
I think I just jumped on the dinner table.
All right, with an 8, you just jump on his, like, you just basically do that thing where you kind of just like put your hands on his head and just kind of like leapfrog over him. Now I want you to make another acrobatics check to, like, as you like pass through the curtains, I want you to make another athletics check to grab the rope. All right, perfect. That's good. That is really good. So you burst through and you see that as you burst through, you look down. Oh, it's a long ways down. You're looking at least 60 feet down.
That's
And you-
survivable.
And you just immediately instinctually grab onto the rope and are now just kind of hanging there. It is a pretty smooth brick surface. It'd be difficult to climb down. Like, there might be a few
No, I
places where you-
don't. Natural one, baby. Let go of the rope and fall.
Yay! Ah!
That's 66.
Alright, I'm gonna say, fuck.
Joke's
Alright.
on you. I use Odyssey Resilience to at least reduce the damage.
Ah, noted. Noted. I gotta fix falling damage, because that you fell 60 feet and are only taking 66. That is ridiculous.
66 minus 6.
Alright, you take 18 points of damage.
Hey,
He rolled an ankle.
Yeah, you fall the distance, landing in what seems to be a garden. Fortunately, you hit a couple trees that break your fall. As you just kind of land on the ground. Make me just, I'm gonna say roll me one more acrobatics check to see how gracefully you land. Yeah, you're good. Damn, it's like the monkey's good at acrobatics.
and this is the day you almost got the pirate Nico.
Alright, so as you all see Miko just jump out, and he's gone. Miko,
I
you
will
are now...
say you do hear the fucking the mummy comedy like lands on 3 different things. You hear a cat hiss.
Just ow, ow!
Car horn.
You then get up and just... what are you doing? You're now kind of in this guy's, like garden. As, like, you see several, like, staff members and guards, like, look at you and just start moving towards you.
Steal a cloak, head back to the ship to let them know what the fuck just happened.
Okay, you start...
I'm the fastest thing alive.
Alright, I want to say for you, as they are giving chase, I'm going to ask you to do me 2 things. Because you are running. So you do need to kind of, like, get away from them first before you can try to hide.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to ask you, make me just a pure athletics check. This is just you being able to book it, right? Okay. Let me see what they roll.
He miraculously gets away.
With an 11, they are able to keep pace with you, and you are struggling to lose them. I'm going to say, just because they beat you by 1, that you are not caught by them yet, but you do need to think fast if you want to get away from them, because pure physical, like, just outrunning them is not going to work at this point.
Oh yeah. These are Astral Elves, right? I assume that's their race.
Yes.
All right. I have a 30-foot climb speed, so as soon as I take them through moving through obstacles and stuff, Like, if there's a market district or something that I can just take them through where you have to climb through stalls and everything, I'm just gonna run through there if I see one.
Okay. Okay. So essentially, you're trying to use your ability to climb to your advantage.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna say roll me another athletics check. This time at advantage. And I'll just have them roll a flat athletics.
Oh, great. Fuck.
And this is when Miko gets caught.
Yeah.
Oh,
Or
definitely.
is it?
No, he got caught.
Oh,
Miko,
Damn.
you're running and you're like, aha! So long, suckers! You're like jumping over stalls, like climbing on rooftops. You're like, aha! And as you're like running through like this market stall, the guy was unfurling a carpet, and it's like as you're looking back to like, you'll never catch me alive! And you just run into it and just get wrapped up in it.
You'll never catch me
to be
alive,
fair,
crabs.
Like, we're rolling such balls. Only one of those rolls was above a 10
Yeah.
on the die, right? This scene is meant to happen, guys. I think we should just surrender.
Well, yeah, but
Yeah,
you know.
I know. You made your move.
But Miko, you essentially like fall on this carpet. They tackle you, shackle you, and then for kicks and shits and giggles because you made them run so much, they just roll you back up in the carpet with your head and feet sticking out.
Yeah.
They also do put a bag over your head. As for the rest of you, we'll move back to Donnie. All you've heard is an order to get on the ground.
After being viciously assaulted in both the ears and eyes department.
Yes.
Come on. Like, on pure instinct, immediately. Immediately. Just,
All right. I won't to say because there is so many fucking people in this room. You do that, so many bows and swords get put on you. Like after you transform, like you swing around wildly, and you do nick a person here and there, but they are able to subdue you pretty quickly. I'm not gonna run this encounter. I'm not gonna run just a one-man encounter right now.
understandable.
I mean, there was a stupid thing I had in mind, which would have been hilariously to add on to it, but I won't because I know we're not going to run this encounter.
All right.
Winchester still has a grenade.
He does. If you want to drop it, sure. But Winchester, same thing that you just heard the suggestion. Hey, we need to get on the ground.
I mean, I guess he would. I mean, it's pointless to fight off at this point.
Yeah, because right now you're blind and mostly deafened. Like, you don't know what's going on. You just heard an order to get on the ground. That's all you got.
Yeah, that's why I was going to toss the grenade in the direction I heard the order from. I had to hear it, so I had to hear a direction.
All right, so you toss a grenade?
No, I'm not going to waste it.
Okay.
I mean,
So
it
you
wouldn't
got-
do any good. It's not like it's not like, again, Michael, it's the same problem with the roof fall. A grenade in there would have changed the fight, but because this is D&D, it does nothing.
Just saying, I could have used my new sinkhole spell, put them all together, and then grenade.
Well, yeah, but the grenade doesn't do enough damage. We would have had to grenade, fireballs, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. All right, so Winchester's surrendering. Halson just has his hands in the air, like he's just in the chair, leaning back, and just like, oh god. And the princess just like she doesn't get on the ground, but she just holds her hands in the air because she also can't see shit. And essentially, oh, were you gonna say something, Yoshi?
I mean,
No, I wasn't. Sorry, my bad.
wasn't Vera
Alright.
supposed to have a chance?
She did. She
Oh.
went to the floor.
Oh, I missed that.
But essentially, with the situation more or less in hand, couple points of note. You see, as basically what happens is you feel like someone very roughly put like a set of manacles on you. And for those of you who are practitioners of magic, you feel some bit of yourself lost in this moment. Whatever chains they have on you is suppressing whatever magical abilities you may have.
Does it make me forcefully transform back?
Point of note, it does not. But you are still unconscious and just ugh.
Yeah, no, like several swords, arrows just he gets fucking absolutely battered.
Yeah, no. Fortunately, they're not aiming to kill you at this exact moment, so that's good for you at least. But yeah, so you guys feel any magic that you have locked away, and as this is all going down, your sight and hearing are restored to you, as you're all kind of lined up, kind of in 2 rows. Yep. And this is over here. Miko has fucked off from eternity. And as the guards go to arrest Hastian, the commander looks at him and says, "Stop. He's fine."
I knew it.
I knew
It-
it.
As Hastian stands up and is like, "Oh, about time."
Oh
You
my
have
gosh, I
no
was right. I was right to make fun of this limp dick ass bitch. Hey,
I knew it. We shouldn't have taken him too, but because we all failed our fucking our checks, it's like we had to play our characters, right? Like, there's no reason he should come with us.
He was like, "Oh, for the love of all that's good. Do you know how long I've had to put up with them? By the gods, this was so annoying of an assignment." He's like, "Yes, Hastian, we thank you for your service." "Oh, by all means. You know that I'm more than willing to help out the Empire." As he looks over at you all with a smirk, he says, "Oh, gods." Looks at you, Veronata, specifically, and says, "Oh, poor useless little Vera. How does it feel
When I
to
get my
know that..."
hands on you, I'm gonna make sure you're gutted like a fucking fish.
Oh, how feisty you are now. Is that just your autumn talking, or I don't know? Do you actually mean that? Oh, who cares? And then he turns away from you, and then quickly turns back and just backhands you in the face.
You bastard!
I'm like, and he
I'm gonna
leans down. And
say
he's like,
that Lucius just lurches forward towards him.
as you do, someone kind of holds you back, and he just holds up a finger to you as he looks down at Varanon, and he goes, "My dear, you'll be lucky to ever see the light of day again."
Blah blah blah. Ugh, I hate him.
Oh, the feelings.
He gets the one chance to slap me. Thank you. Great.
Let's
You
just
can
say,
leave. You can leave now. I don't want to hear it. Just go be a bitch boy somewhere else.
oh, well, at least I'm not useless like you, and I need you to make me a quick wisdom saving throw.
He learned cutting word.
I think I'm
No,
pretty
or he was just a
good.
bard this entire time, capable of casting it. It just didn't.
Oh, you said wisdom saving.
Wisdom save. You fail. You take
I'm
7
like
points of
fucking-
psychic damage as his words cut deep into your psyche. Smiles. Looks at the Duke and says, "You know, I always thought your family was overrated." Looks over at Lucius. "And I was quite proven right."
I'm gonna give you the most dirty fucking look.
Oh, don't you worry, Lucius, as he just kind of grabs onto your horn and shakes a little bit and says, "I'm sure that your mother will be most proud of you."
How is he close enough to spin his face?
He moved a bit far away from you.
Ah,
But,
Don't worry, I will spit in his face. Don't you fucking talk about my mother.
alright, you spit in his face. And he just laughs a bit, takes out a handkerchief, wipes it off. And he says, and he looks over to the commander. He's like, "Do you mind if I borrow your sword?" The commander says, "By all means." And he hands him the blade. And it's a prestigious longsword. And he then kind of walks to your side, kicks you in the back of the knee, and kind of forces you down. As he brings the sword up to your head, and he says, "Now, you may not want to move, otherwise I may take a little more off the top than I intend."
He sucks.
Am I
As he-
still unconscious, Michael?
You would
Absolutely.
be.
Okay, listen. I don't know. I gotta ask.
You're free to ask. I can't give you an answer, but you're free to ask.
hate this guy
Fair
so
enough.
much.
But he takes the sword and cleaves at your head, and you feel a weight is lifted off the left side of your head as your prominent left horn is cut clean off.
Oh, you said clean off?
Clean off.
Yeah, I felt that.
As he just picks it up, looks at it and says, "It's a marvelous shade of aqua blue. I am going to have to keep this somewhere."
I'm gonna say that Moose is just like he's like dropped to the ground, probably biting his lip, screaming in pain.
As
He's
your
just gonna
father,
fucking glare. I'm gonna glare at Hastien with the most spiteful look that I can fucking muster.
as your father looks at him and says, "Young man, I cannot overstate how much of a mistake you have just made. Whatever political alignments you have are your own, but you have injured my son, hurt his pride, and for that I shall rain down upon you the full might of my arcane wrath!" And he just looks over to your father and just says, "Duke, you're powerless and have lost everything. I'm sure your daughter and your son are going to be well better off not knowing what happens to you." As he just kind of walks around. Winchester, he looks at you and goes, "In all truth, Winchester, besides your, how should I say, unfortunate terms of employment, I never really had much issue with you. And if you see Miko, tell him I said thanks for the memories. I also had nothing against him. You, though, big game hunting, really? Do you have to overcompensate for something?"
Well, good sir, big game hunting is just a matter of proving one's worth. Hiding in the shadows and pretending to be someone else, that's the coward's route, in my opinion. I at least face my opponents head on.
Yes, and your opponents are dim-witted monsters who barely know what's going on. How noble of you, as he
Oh,
then just
don't
moves
worry, I
on.
also hunt men, as you'll soon discover.
Oh, I'm sure I won't. As he then looks to the Xerxian princess and goes, "Zidali, your brother sends the warmest regards, and fear not. He shall make sure that you are well taken care of until the coronation. Afterwards, I can't say, but before then you'll be fine." And she just looks up at him and says, "And when I sit upon the throne, I shall have your head on a pike." And he just looks down at her and says, "Big words coming from a quite small lady." As the commander looks at him, he's like, "Have you had your fill, Hastien?" And he just goes, "Oh my gods, no, but we'll be here all day otherwise. Come, take him away. I have other places to be." Commander just kind of nods, and he says, "Men, away with them." As bags are placed over your heads, including yours, Donnie. Not really necessary, but they do as part of protocol. But they put bags over your heads, and you are dragged out, taken somewhere else. And that is where we will leave off for today's session.
I called it, by the way, Michael. Maybe not exactly, but I did call it.
You did get close!
I got very... No, I figured he was a traitor as soon as he wanted to come with us,
I-
but I rolled shitty on insight, so I wasn't going to say anything. I was playing the
I was gonna say,
character.
I knew it from the
there's a-
beginning.
There's a reason I was sitting here quietly, just like, when's it gonna happen, man? When is he gonna do it?
No, I hate him.
I got super close, though. What I wrote
I
to
hate him
Michael
too.
was, I thought Hastien might have even been the brother in disguise and who was about to betray us to get to the father. That is what I exactly wrote to Michael before this broke down.
And he thought it would have been a great idea if I had thought of it sooner.
Damn.
But yes, that will be today's session. Hope you guys enjoyed. Please don't hate me too much.
I mean, game's the game, Michael.
Yeah.
I gotta say, you gotta hit him with an "it is what it is."
I've been waiting anxiously for this day. And it was
Ah.
so much better than I anticipated.
Dude, you cut off one of Lucy's horns. That's straight disrespect right there.
That was.
Oh,
Now I
trust
gotta
me,
update my
he
character
hated-
token.
yeah. I'm sorry, Yosh. But out of all of you, he hated Veronato and Lucius the most because you kept making fun of him.
Yeah.
He was like, I know this is my character, and he's not supposed to be like impressive, but like you're annoying nonetheless, and I cannot wait to take my vengeance on you.
I mean, the thing is like, I just wanted every reason to say no to him when he wanted to come along with us. It's like, no, you're not coming with us. What good would you be? But again, I rolled shit, so I couldn't say anything.
Yeah.
Dice fucked us
Mm.
bad tonight.
We did.
Now, mind you, I think this was supposed to happen. I think this is a railroaded plot point.
Yeah, I mean, so things would have been a bit different if you had not taken him with you.
Hmm.
But I can get into that when it's no longer of consequence.
Yeah, fair enough.
How dare he pocketed my horn? How
Oh,
fucking
yeah, he
dare he?
Crazy.
Oh, D20, how fickle ye be.
Yeah, just terrible rolls along the board, man. Eesh. Fuck, we rolled awful today. Just look at our rolls.
I know.
I'm so sorry, guys.
Oh, it is what it is, Michael. I mean, there ain't nothing
No, I mean,
wrong with the betrayal arc.
I'm here for it.
Yeah.
I'm here for it. It's a prison